Hi, everyone. So my name is Julie Christen, and I'm a project manager at Equiterre. Today, I'll talk about how access to repair into information on product durability can reduce the environmental footprint of Canadian goods. So for those who don't know us, just a quick so we're an environmental NGO and based in Montreal, and we work to influence decision-making by citizens, organizations, and governments to accelerate the just and ecological transition, and we're one of the biggest environmental NGO in Quebec and in Canada. So back in 2022, I'm sorry, the number here is 2024, actually. So back in 2022, we published a report on access to repair of electronics and appliances in Canada. And this study gave us insights into the barriers and levers to repair, which then inspired us to conduct a second study that we've just published this week, actually, about the applicability of a durability index in Canada. So these two studies focus on electronics and appliances. So my presentation is mostly about these products, but a lot can be generalized to other products as well. So I'm going to talk about the result of these two studies in just a couple of minutes, but before that, I wanted to start my presentation by briefly explaining the environmental benefits of repair. So it's actually quite simple, and maybe you already know it, but by repairing a product, we extend its lifespan and we avoid the need to buy a new one. So I'll go a little bit deeper into three specific aspects. So first, by avoiding buying a new product, we also avoid the extraction and use of natural resources needed for the production of that new good. And since an important amount of resources are needed to produce an electronic or an appliance or any other good, this is a really good thing. So according to a French report, the total weight of natural resources needed to produce a device can be 15 to 350 times greater than its final weight. So that's a lot of resources. And for a smartphone, it can be 600 times. There are also many different materials required to make a device, and some of them are critical metals. So metals for which supply is unpredictable or difficult. And the demand for some of these metals increased considerably in recent years and will continue to increase because they are needed for the manufacture of green technologies such as car electric batteries, for example. So to put it simply, our consumption of devices contributes to the scarcity of certain resources. Also, by repairing, we avoid the GHG emissions produced by the extraction and processing of all these resources. In fact, the greatest environmental impact of our products is not from their use, their transportation, or their disposal, it's from their production. So for an appliance, it can account for a quarter to a half of all GHGs emitted during all its life cycle. And for an electronic device, its production can account for up to 80%. And finally, repair avoids waste by prolonging the life of a product, like I said earlier. And in the specific case of electronics and appliances, just in Canada, e-waste rose by 205% between 2000 and 2020. So from 8 kilograms per person to 25 kilograms per person. And some experts estimate it could reach 31 kilograms per person by 2030. So that's concerning. So now to talk a little bit more about the state of repair in Canada, our study in 2022 revealed that unfortunately our products break a lot rapidly and we don't repair them. I know, it's a big surprise. So according to a survey we did for this study, 63% of Canadians had at least one device breakdown in the 2 previous years, so 2020, 2021. And another shocking conclusion was that the device was not that old at the time of the breakdown, so 2.6 years on average. And our major finding from this study was that only 19% of those who had a broken device repaired it. So our study also looked at the main barriers to repair that would explain this low level of repair. So we found four main ones, but there are other ones. Okay. So the first one was the consumer's perceptions that devices are not repairable. The second one was the cost of repair compared to a new product. We also had the difficulty of accessing tools and replacement parts and the lack of information on repair, so DIY repair or on where to find professional repair services. I know this is not new for a lot of you, but this explains why we came up with a recommendation in 2022, so to establish a durability index in Canada. We thought it was a good answer to several barriers I've just mentioned, and it was also a measure supported by consumers we surveyed in 2022 and by repairers we interviewed. So another element that drove us to conduct our study on this subject in 2024 is the existence of a repairability index in France. So I'm going to talk just a little bit about it before presenting the results of our study, so we can all know what we mean by such an index. So back in January 2020, the French government adopted a law introducing a mandatory repairability index for 5 products categories that you can see here, starting 1 year later, so in 2021. And in November 2022, it was extended for other products categories that you can also see. It is mandatory at the point of sale, so online as well as directly in the shop, and it takes the form of a score from 1 to 10 with a color code, and it is based on 5 different criteria. The law also called for the repairability index to transition to a durability index in 2025, also mandatory, and it will be applied to first to televisions and washing machines. It is based on 3 criteria, so the repairability, the index already existing, reliability, and for certain products, there will also be an upgradability criteria. So now for our study, we had 2 main objectives. The first one was to highlight the conditions for the effectiveness of a durability index. And for that, we conducted a literature review of 28 information tools on product repairability or on product durability. You have a few examples here. We also did interviews with 10 stakeholders involved in the development of these tools, so in Europe and in North America. And our second objective was to assess the potential influence of an index on the purchasing behavior of Canadian consumers. And we did interviews with 25 consumers across Canada. So the results of the interviews with experts and of the literature review enable us to determine the characteristics for the index so that it would be as effective as possible in changing consumer and business behavior. The first component we looked at was the nature of such a tool, so mandatory or voluntary, and our results lead us to favor a mandatory tool, since it gives more incentive to manufacturers to actually improve the products. And it also gives consumers uniform information for all the products of one category, so they can really make a more informed decision. Now for the scope, it regards the products covered. So according to our research, various criteria should be taken into account to determine which products should be covered by the index, such as the environmental footprint, the replacement rate, etc. They're all here. I won't cite them all, but the idea here is simply that the selection of products should be justified and well thought. Oh, I forgot something. The tools we analyze often initially apply to a small numbers of products and are later extended to more products. So that's the case of the repairability index we talked about, and that could also be the case in. So now for the criteria, our analysis highlighted 4 criteria for assessing durability. So the first one is reliability. It's basically the likelihood that a product will function as required in a given set of conditions for a certain period of time. The second one is repairability, a concept we all know well, but what I wanted to add here, while some tools we looked at didn't include the cost of repair in the repairability criteria, we think it should be included since it is one of the main barriers to repair, as I said earlier. The third criteria is the product lifespan, so in terms of years or usage performance. And the last one is upgradability. So for example, the existence of software updates. We think the scoring should be done by an independent organization to confer greater credibility on the durability index. So for example, in France, the manufacturers were given the grid and they did the calculation themselves. But when consumer organizations also did their calculation on their side to compare, they came up with lower scores than the manufacturers' ones. So each criteria and a sub-criteria can have a different weighting in the final score, or they can weigh the same. You have here the example of the durability, the French durability index, where you can see that for the repairability criteria, all of the sub-criteria weigh the same. As for the reliability criteria, they all weigh different. This is very technical. We didn't look at it much. I just wanted you to know how it could look like, but we think it should be discussed and decided by the various stakeholders involved in the development of such an index. Now for the results of the interviews with consumers, we tested the durability index with interviewees by presenting them 8 false product labels designed to replicate what you'd find online. So we presented them 4 different laptops like this one and 4 different washing machines like this one. You can see that we had included a small durability index and the real brand was there as well during the interviews. We've just removed it for sharing the results. So for most of the participants, 21 out of 25, the index was noticed during the simulation. So that's a good thing. And it was also widely understood at first glance, even if there are still a few people who misunderstood it. The index was also rapidly integrated into the decision-making process, but only as one input among others, so not trumping all of the other criteria. But when the choice of a model didn't seem a sure thing right from the start, or when it confirmed someone's intuition, it was more readily taken into account. So we can see that the index indeed has a potential influence. Finally, the source of the index was questioned, so people wanted to know who had produced the numbers, and the participants also indicated that they would like to have more information on the grid or the calculation, etc. So I wanted to finish my presentation with other elements to take into account and that are also part of our recommendations. So first, the index development should be participatory, so it can really gather and take into account the opinions of a wide range of stakeholders. And there's also a special attention that needs to be paid to representativeness in this development process, because bigger groups that have a lot of resources can be overrepresented, and smaller groups that have fewer resources can be underrepresented. There's also a need for a periodic review of the tool, so its criteria, the products covered, its methodology, its displayed, etc. Another really important thing that came from our research is the need for independent control. So control on the score itself, if it's calculated by manufacturers, even if we don't recommend it, and control on the display of the tool as well, because in France, a recent investigation revealed that the repairability index wasn't always displayed at the shop or online, and that the additional information required by the law wasn't always made available, even if it is required by the law. So deterrent, penalties, and control are really crucial to ensure that the legal requirements are met. Finally, the introduction of such an index should be accompanied by public awareness campaigns, so consumers know its existence, know its credibility, how it's measured, what it measures, and that they understand it as well. So that pretty much concludes my presentation. Thank you for listening, and I invite you to consult our report if you want more details about it, or come see me if you have any questions.
So hello, everyone. It's a privilege to be here speaking with you. My name is Brian Sutherland. I just got my PhD last November, proving it's never too late. It took about 8 years. I lived through the 70s, and I've often wondered what happened to all of our environmental, action that we were talking about then. So my approach to this issue, I guess, is to look at the history of devices which are more sustainable. So I collected all these various things along. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself here, but yes. So here's the reason. Of course, we're all experiencing climate change right now. On the left-hand side is the highway. It looks like a river. There's like $1 billion worth of damage. I apologize if that's triggering for anyone who lost their vehicle or anything. So, we're in the midst of this terrible problem of climate change, and we need to change the way we do things rapidly. What makes good consumer products? Let me just, framing is a bit odd. Maybe I'll use the mouse instead. All right. Sorry. And maybe I'll use the arrow keys. Okay, so you get a preview. Okay. Thing that really impressed me is this ad, the 1 million hour calculator that never shuts off. The original ad for this in 1978 promised that it would last for 100 years. And I have 5 of them. They're easy to find. They do work for a really long time. And what's the key to them? Well, they don't need an on and off switch. So, speaking of things that need repairing, my electronic dashboard isn't working on my car. So on the way here from Toronto, here I am trying to think of, do I have enough gas? So I found a electric vehicle to go behind, just because I figured they might have range anxiety as well. But I guess the point I'm making here is, wouldn't it be great if you weren't so worried about the fuel that you had? People who used to take horses everywhere, there would be grass to feed the horse where you went. So you wouldn't have to refuel or anything. So that's sort of where I'm coming from with it. So what logical things should we be concerned about? Well, interchangeable parts, standards, interoperability, materials with low material impact, reduction of hazardous substances goes a long way. But you can still buy mercury batteries in Canada. Low embodied energy or energy. So Julie was speaking about how something like 80% of the carbon emissions and energy into something is in the manufacturing. So essentially, we need to make things last longer, work better, and have more polish. And in some ways, it also means maybe redesigning them a little. So for example, cell phones used to be able to just click the back off of it and put the battery out, right? And look how small it is. Wouldn't it be nice if we had one that would fit more easily in our pockets? So this idea of designing things for reuse and multiple user lifetime. In some ways, a lot of things in the 50s were designed that way, but not everything. So I have this sort of collection of things that are very long lasting, still work, and they have some interesting features. So for example, this Zenith solar radio was one of the first transistor radios that was designed to use rechargeable batteries. And they had to change it because rechargeable batteries are only 1.2 volts, whereas regular ones are like 1.5. It wouldn't work in a regular product. So just imagine all these sort of products that have been created that, maybe are intentionally incompatible, where we could actually be doing a much better job of reusing them. So as well, designing for low consumption, high efficiency, and something energy harvesting. So one of the things that's unusual about this phone is you could actually swap out the back. So originally it had a pink back, and this is like old new stock because who wants a pink cell phone that uses 2G? So if we could upgrade this, that would be really great. But you can actually buy this backing for it, which is like a solar panel, and the software would actually recognize that you have a solar panel on it. And Angel Randers, who's a solar engineer, has calculated that everyone's battery could be 30% smaller if we just had your device harvesting energy all the time from whatever light is available. And there are a whole bunch of these devices at various points in history. So there's a couple of Samsung ones. This is a push button phone, and this one's a touchscreen phone. But for whatever reason, they didn't stay in the market. Here's a collection of objects, not unlike the one that I've assembled here. Some of the strategies, of course, is that, you could always get into the back of things, you could open them. Radios have this really interesting history that, Radio Shack, right? DIY, people are supposed to go in there and repair things. But it's interesting that watchmaking communities are a little harder to, get into. This particular solar watch, actually, you can't open the back. And why would you ever want a watch where you can't open it? Well, in this case, it actually doesn't have a battery. It uses a capacitor like the calculator. And Citizen reckons they've saved a lot of batteries from landfill in the 40 years they've had this technology. So, couldn't we make more products to last a really long time? Some other things I've discovered. This particular radio had a special circuit to charge single-use batteries. So imagine if instead of throwing batteries out, you could actually get 4 to 25 times out of it. And this is from the 60s. Likewise, this particular one had an interesting social strategy, which is when you buy one, IKEA donates another one to a place with no infrastructure and energy. So basically, there's a kind of social thing there. The other cool thing is you can actually pop the solar panel out and recharge it on your windowsill. So it's not like you have to move things all the time and put them in a place where they. So from studying all these different objects, so what they generally call media archaeology, collecting materials around them, looking at repair manuals and so on. Here are some other objects, as I mentioned. I've showed you some of them. There's actually a laptop with a solar panel on it that was produced but never distributed in North America. I believe the reason is that Apple actually owns the patents to solar powered media devices, but they've never made any. So I think some patent reform around devices being socially useful would go a long way towards making devices last a lot longer. So in terms of repair communities, there's a lot of great information in collector communities. So this particular Zenith radio, we actually have an interview with the engineer who worked on it, and that's why we know they actually had to redesign it for rechargeable batteries, which at that time were very new. Likewise, there's more in a modern sense, there's crowdfunding communities. So this is a particularly interesting one to me. It's basically a radio designed to work in a mason jar, where all the software is on GitHub. You could buy it online or you can make it from parts. They've given away the design, it's free. And their original radio is this tiny little thing, it's nice and compact. But of course, the mason jar is this universal standard that we could be using for packaging. We'll talk a little bit about that more later. Likewise, the MNT Reform laptop. It'd be great if you could just pop the batteries out and put new ones in. And they also weren't the kind that were explosive. So these are lithium iron phosphate batteries, which recharge more times, like 3,000 times. But they don't quite store as much energy. But if we just went with maybe a little less, we could go a lot farther for the environment. You can also replace any of the individual parts. All the plans are online and everything. So communities are changing the way they manufacture things in some ways. And I guess it's a question of whether manufacturers may follow, particularly if better products are easier to find. Another one is the Fairphone. So I think one of you mentioned online that you actually have a Fairphone. Essentially, it's a phone that comes with a screwdriver to take everything apart. And, you can essentially upgrade it at any time, change the battery and so on. So, there are these sort of challenge communities as well. Looking at larger manufacturing concerns. So I guess the question is, why can't we make more devices energy harvesting? So that's not specifically repair, but it's related to my particular research. Of course, this idea of energy is really important, that we have embodied energy and everything. Of course, we need to think about how much storage we need versus how much we need to harvest and how much it costs. Some other principles, no black boxes, can we get everything open and find out how it works and understand it better? I mean, obviously there are trade secrets, but still, if things are more easily repairable if you get information. I personally think we should have a kind of law that, when you make something, you have to have a full manual, and the government should have a library of all the manuals online, and you could just get it from them. That way you don't even pay anyone or hunt around for it. And likewise, this idea of transitional devices, that maybe a device is on its way to something else. So I'm thinking you can probably guess what this needs to be. Yeah, so, now it's a broad area. So if you think of all the things you buy in terms of something that you could be having differently. Now, you probably all remember all the different transformers that you've owned that are different for every product. I mean, it's great that USB has come along and, it's a little bit easier to use. But a lot of the incompatibilities seem to be actually around voltage mismatches. So there are all these really amazing cheap new things that you can use to sort of change voltages from one to the other and repair or make things more reliable that way. And one particular thing of interest is that there's something called, so this watch has a capacitor in it, just like that solar calculator from the 1978. So essentially it never needs a battery replacing because capacitors last much longer. So around 2010, maybe I'll just scroll this down a little bit so you can see the text. Around 2010, people were experimenting with the use of capacitors in electric vehicles and making them quite large. And braking systems, could you take the energy of the braking and regenerate it into accelerating again? And for this, they used ultracapacitors. So it's basically graphene inside of capacitors to make them store a lot more energy. And then around 2020, hybrid supercapacitors came out. So basically much smaller. So the same sort of energy power output as a battery of comparable size, except recharges 500,000 times or 1 million times, isn't affected by temperature. Pretty good in Canada, right? Capacitors aren't really affected by temperature. And then around 2020, they actually came out with ones that were 5 times the capacity, but the same price, which was pretty handy. So what could you do with this? Well, just one of those purple hybrid supercapacitors can power that radio for 15 hours, just one. So of course, if you put 8 in there, and you've also put it on a windowsill with a solar panel, you might never actually need to plug it in. It doesn't need a plug. So we could be designing devices differently to not consume and, potentially be a lot more sustainable. So some experiments just with building things. The first time I tried building one of these, one of the odd things about capacitors is they actually charge to the voltage, the open circuit voltage of the panel. So it's a 12-volt panel, but it will actually charge capacitors to 20 volts. So you need to design things differently to work with capacitors, and it can be done. So here's a more advanced one. I didn't bring this one. Then I added the purple ones in, so you can see this is, So that one's pretty honking because it's got, lots of speakers on it. They're all recycled speakers. It's also possible to make it USB chargeable. Of course, capacitors charge super fast compared to batteries. So this is like a standard circuit for charging lithium batteries. But I've just adapted it to charge these ones, which you see in these sort of mason jars that I collect. If you want to take one with you, feel free. It's like a forever camping lantern. So what are some other things you can make? What about if you could make a bicycle taillight? So, tuna can, Apple thing, maybe just some blinkering LEDs, and the supercapacitor can supply enough charge to run the thing for a couple of hours. And there's links to the videos online if you want to see it. Likewise, if you use the bigger ones, you can make a pretty nice headlight. So on the lower right there, you can sort of see the headlight. This is the evolution of the radio. So, initially I used the ultracapacitors, but then when the new ones came out, more and more capacity. So in the sense, I guess I should show you that.
Followed by these precious men that I have known, followed by my.
Okay, I can't speak to content, but suffice to say that, it's actually a pretty good radio. Like I didn't invent the radio, but the power system worked pretty well. So in terms of, we might make a lot more products to be repairable and also to, last a lot longer. So this particular one is a Bluetooth stereo. So in this case, recycled laptop batteries. When you throw out laptop batteries, they're usually in a big thing, right? But usually it's just one that failed. So if you take them all apart, you can find the ones that are still good and get a lot more reuse out of laptop batteries that way. So the single laptop cell, which is the same kind Tesla uses, I think, or originally anyway. Yeah, I can power this radio for about 2 hours indoors, and it recharges every day. Yeah, so here's taking them apart. Well, an example of reusing and repairing old batteries for new applications. And I think someone actually made a power wall out of old batteries this way, but I don't know if I would do that. Seems like a risk. Yeah, so here's just the parts I use, very cheap, 12 volts to 5 volts, and then a $4 thing that makes a Bluetooth signal. Guess I should actually show you that it works. Probably hear me typing.
Yes.
Okay, there's a light on thing. So, pretty good, especially during the pandemic when everybody's working outside, But could you go farther? Also, where would you get good speakers from? Auto recyclers, people put $10,000 speakers in their car and then they total it. The speakers are fine. So these are like beautiful Volvo speakers. So, the auto recycler, you can get a lot of great reuse, repair stuff from there. Of course, it's already muddy, so you want to have lots of bags and, not get stuff dirty. Yeah, so here's just showing making it. And you can see there's an iMac in distress in the bin there. See, it's upside down. So, getting the old aluminum foot off of that is pretty easy. So I had a bunch of students make these as well at the iSchool, at the iSkills workshop last week. So yeah, that went really well. But could you actually power more, significant things? Could we actually replace laptop batteries with something that theoretically doesn't wear out? That you could solder it right onto the board and make it part of the general repairable sort of strategy. Likewise as well, new ARM chips, they actually don't use that much wattage. So, could you actually have a briefcase that was sufficient to power an Apple, in this case, that computer there? And it actually only uses about 20 watts during normal operation. I mean, now it's running Zoom, so it's around 25 watts. So, sort of keeping track of what you're actually using and designing things. Yeah. So, could we shed the fast cycling industry practices for better ecologies of production? And I feel like the DIY networks could maybe give it a bit of a advance that way. Thank you very much. And I've published a bunch of stuff, degrowth computing, and so on. So some of that may be of interest. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Derek Nissen. I'm an owner at Hank's Auto Wreckers out of St. Clements, Ontario. It's just outside of Waterloo. I'm here today representing the Auto Recyclers of Canada. I'm a board member on that organization. I'm also a board member on the Ontario Auto Recyclers Association, where I act as secretary. Today I'm filling in for Steve Fletcher, who is our executive director for both ARC and Aura. He's unfortunately away at another conference today. So who are the Auto Recyclers of Canada? We're a national association of certified recyclers that were formed when Aura, its members were realizing they had a need for a national voice and international representation. We provide exchanges between provincial organizations as well as other international associations, most notably American associations, but we do have quite a bit of contact with organizations within Europe and other Asian countries. We were a founder of the International Roundtable for Auto Recycling, which is an organization run internationally that just keeps members informed of issues that are happening in other jurisdictions that may affect them, so threats and opportunities. We're 330 members in the Auto Recyclers of Canada out of 1,800 legal businesses operating in Canada. These are legal businesses running with proper business licenses and zoning requirements and all that stuff to run a business properly, but they may or may not be running to the same environmental code as what our members are running to. Outside of this 1,800 legal businesses in Canada. There are a vast network of interlopers in the industry that run as illegitimate recyclers to various operating standards. A lot of the efforts that we concern ourselves with in these organizations are just trying to make sure that all these organizations are running to the environmental standards that we have to run to. But we're worried that these organizations run to the least amount of effort for the maximum amount of profit. And often the environment's the thing that gets ignored the most in that case. So what is auto recycling? It's the recycling of older vehicles which are uneconomical to repair and total loss vehicles from insurance companies. We like to call these ELVs. Includes the collection and management of waste materials, oils, fluids, refrigerants, gasoline, and mercury. Now everyone knows of oils, fluids, and gasoline and how detrimental they are to the environment. Refrigerant and mercury is a very nasty thing in our industry that we make sure that we handle properly. Refrigerants can be very harmful for the ozone, and mercury switches, which are no longer really found in vehicles, but in older end-of-life vehicles, if they're allowed to leach into the environment, they can be very toxic for waterways. Most of the ARC and ORA membership's primary focus is centered upon reuse of parts. The recycling of vehicles for the metallic value is more of a byproduct in most cases, but it's very, very much equally important. Without a properly managed process for this part of the business, most of these business models would be unsustainable. So ARC members are all audited to the Canadian Auto Recyclers Environmental Code of Ethics, developed for the Environment of Canada. We call that CAREC for short. CAREC provides recyclers with the most relevant information and tools to prevent hazardous materials contained in the end of life of vehicles from contaminated water, land, and air during and after the vehicle dismantling process. All members are scored regularly and must meet certain thresholds to remain members in good standing. All these operations that are run as dismantlers profitably are all heavily computerized, rely on data to bid end-of-life vehicles and maximize their sales. So interchange and inventory control on my slide, they're two of the most primarily crucial components to the need and where it's relevant to right to repair. It's an area where manufacturers would be able to help strengthen our industry, but instead they actively withhold information to the detriment of our industry in conflict with their own environmental agendas and position statements. Interchange for our industry is a language that our industry speaks. Outside vendors have had to create this databases of part interchangeability where the OEMs have that information, but they're just unwilling to share it. So they create alternate listings that aren't always the most accurate, but it's a primary driver for our business and our revenues. So in case of inventory vehicles across multiple vehicle lines, there's multiple OEM part numbers that we would be unaware of their interchangeability, and we create these databases. They have all this information within their systems. Wishful thinking that they would share it, but it would be, great for the ecology of sustainability if they would open up that information. So when we compare North American business models to business models elsewhere in the world, we're quite strong with the interchange we do have. So we are fortunate in that sense, but we could always be better. So areas within Europe and Asia, they have very limited interchange data, and that keeps a lot of their parts off of insurance repairs and other vehicle repairs, because it's hard to know the part you have might fit another vehicle. So it's our interchange database allows you to, quickly fill that customer need. So some of the right to repair hurdles and opportunities for auto recyclers that we'll discuss. Insurers save money when they have used parts utilized on their claims. But despite the cost savings for insurers actively disincentivize our industry's products by offering larger markups to repair shops for new OEM parts than they do for used parts. Despite new OEM parts typically being much more money already, and sometimes drastically so. The insurers already have an interest in a healthy recycled parts industry, where a stronger, more thriving industry would allow for more competitive salvage returns for them when their insurance losses are sent to the auction, which is the source of much of our inventory. The environmental footprint for reusing parts is only beginning to be measured and monitored. We've created some studies that are meant to help drive the recycled parts usage on claims and other repairs. Our goal as recyclers is to keep vehicles longer, keep vehicles repairable longer, which would be a win for the consumer, especially, and also our own industry, of course. So the Ontario Auto Recyclers Association, we initiated a study with Booking Hollins titled The Environmental Benefits of the Green Recycled Parts Industry in Ontario. And the goal of this study was to have measured data to supply insurance companies and other stakeholders of the environmental benefits that can be realized by supporting our industry with hard data to back it up. Now, the primary goal of this for us was the insurance industry, but it could also be directed towards the OEMs to help them promote or align themselves with our industry for their own ESG requirements, which are environmental, social, and governance reporting requirements that larger corporations are now starting to have to report on their investments. The study has been made public. It's searchable and shareable. If you want to reach out to me, I can supply it to you. It's also available on the ARC and BORA websites under issues. It's a continuation of other studies from other jurisdictions and other previous studies that BORA has conducted with the goal of accessing more opportunities for used parts. So this slide's showing a few part types that were dissected during this process. Our study measured the environmental impact and reuse of 13 part types versus a new manufactured product. Most of the products were geared towards insurance type items, so exterior type collision parts, but we did include some motors and transmissions as part of our study. A continuation from the study, we were actively looking for gaps where we could further these studies, looking from our own processes and then also from other cooperative jurisdictions where we can further our industry. So, for example, potential CO2 savings per part that our study was able to determine for a part like an engine. CO2 savings for that were around 1,200 kilograms per part over using a new manufactured part. And a wheel, for example, on average would save over 200 kilograms of CO2 emissions. Now remember, there's 4 of those per vehicle, and they are a pretty good seller for us. Our industry can be used as a good tool to lower emissions and carbon footprint of larger organizations. So from here, we wonder, is there potential for our tools in our industry to help with larger organizations' ESG reporting requirements? So for the insurance company primarily, but also the OEMs. And then we also wonder if there is an opportunity at some point for potential carbon rebate savings with our industry, or maybe while partnering with these other larger companies, working on some sort of deal with them. Further talking about the right to repair, the disincentives from the OEMs. From our perspective, and it seems like in the opinion of the manufacturers, our existence costs them money. And now that's whether that's true, measurable, or any way impactful, they actively try to dissuade the use of our products. So on the next slide, you'll see statements that they've made disparaging our products and basically trying to eliminate the use of our products out of the market. The limit of the access to data interchange, as I previously discussed, limits our ability to enter the marketplace further. And then with their technology, certain parts are able to be bricked out of the repair process. Items like radios, engine computers, any kind of computer modules, they're able to write the software that makes these items very difficult to transfer from one vehicle to the next without expensive reprogramming. And sometimes they're not even able to do it at all, or they're just simply unwilling. Transmissions, which is a large component of our current business model, sales volume, they're becoming more and more difficult to swap from vehicle to vehicle. From a previous slide, that would have been 1,000 kilograms worth of potential CO2 emissions saved, had our transmissions been able to use on that type of repair. We're worried about the future regarding electric vehicles. These vehicles are essentially computers on wheels. They have a crazy opportunity to block much of the reusability of our products, batteries, and drive units, and there's a lot of computers in these. So here's the slide I was talking about, where you can pretty much insert your favorite OEM, favorite manufacturer, and they'll have a disparaging comment trying to eliminate use of our products on their types of repairs over their own new manufactured parts. We like to say, if you drove to this event, you drove unused parts. So, there's certain parts I would not use on a repair, but there's plenty that are perfectly fine to use in any sort of repair that are worse than the new manufactured part. Just allows for significant cost savings for the consumer. And statements like these are kind of in conflict with their environmental positions, where you're trying to be carbon friendly and they're touting the recyclability in their manufacturing process, but then they don't support the recycling industry with their efforts to help reuse parts. So the role of the circular economy, we feel that the OEMs believe their environmental responsibility is simply recycling. And it's simply recycling in the manufacturing process. We want to be recycling further afield. So when it used to be 3 R's, the modern age is now 9 R's. Refuse, rethink, reduce, reuse, repair, refurbish, remanufacture, repurpose, recycle, recover. We cover a lot of these opportunities that the OEMs do not. We feel the OEMs should empower the recycled parts industry to complement their circular economy strategy. The recycled parts industry can certainly help OEMs increase the recyclability of their products under the modern 9 R's. Auto recyclers are a critical component for OEMs and insurers to meet their ESG reporting requirements, which I spoke about already, but it's becoming such a huge issue within our industry and other industries, and it's going to be a real driver for us getting more parts on a repair estimate, we feel. A healthy industry is essential and can help stakeholders with these requirements when they become enforced. Without support from these manufacturers and insurance companies, the effort will be very expensive for them to conduct if this existing network of recyclers no longer is able to operate properly. Okay, so that is my presentation. I appreciate your attention very much. Please take down my information if you'd like any further expansion on any of the topics that I've spoken to, or if you'd like any of the resources that I discussed during the presentation. As well, if you'd like, you could reach out to our Executive Director, Steve Fletcher, of both ARC and Aura, to further these conversations. I'm sure we have some mutually aligned goals that would be worth exploring. Thank you very much.
So maybe we can take questions now for all 3 speakers on the panel, and that includes maybe there's some questions in the chat. Yeah, so folks in the room, if you have questions. Great speakers.
I have a question for Dr. Sutherland. How would you see, you talked a lot about energy harvesting devices. How do you see that in terms of embodied energy for a bigger or smaller grid for energy harvesting and moving that energy to devices in terms of like, you know, having a large solar panel on something that maybe uses only 10 watts versus having that same 20-watt panel attached to a smaller or even bigger grid?
Definitely there's a kind of small is beautiful work is afoot in terms of electronics. Excuse me. Panels can actually be really tiny. All these games from the 80s that were made in Japan, they're still working, that work from the light of this room. And, you know, especially because electronics are becoming so low power and also they have standby modes. I guess there's kind of been a resurgence of interest in that. Of course, we still need the giant networks to sort of power hospitals and things like that, but seems like we could be more resilient if we were also collecting our own power as well as using it.
And sizing things correct. Sizing your again.
I have a question from the last speaker. So I think at some point we needed open hardware and open software, but I think today the most valuable thing is no data. And as you mentioned, some OEM, they don't share their data, so we cannot have good, observation about the history of products. So I think if we could have the history of supply chain and how these products have been used, we can have better estimation of the price of each reused product. Do you think that the community should work on some open access to data, to some protocol? So now I think we need to focus on designing an open access to some data, so everyone can share data, everyone can have access to the data, but while anonymize the data for keeping the business secrets of those OEM. So do you think that or is any effort to design that so far?
I think it would certainly benefit the consumer, having a transparent marketplace, transparent fitment, costs, a lot of trade secrets from the OEMs that we have to find out the hard way, and ultimately the consumer is paying for that, for our mistakes and mistakes of non-dealer repairers. And then the dealers are often a very expensive repair option for the consumer. So they'll go elsewhere, but they don't necessarily have the same access to data there. Better sharing of data would, for our own benefit, grow our industry, but the consumer would still be an absolute win.
What about data that is being produced from inside of your industry in terms of like, if you probably know better than anyone else, which cars can have, when you're talking about the VIN tying and all these problems, these parts can be reused, these parts can't be reused, you guys are the ones who are going to know, like, hey, everybody, if you all bought this car, we could actually fix it with all replaced parts because it's still good. Or is that the sort of thing that you guys are actively working on making more widely known to the consumer?
Our parts are pretty searchable, and like our sales or our items we're listing are displayed with the prices. Our interchange is probably hard to search as well because our data providers also aren't as open source as what the OEMs should be. So that is kind of hypocritical on our part. But I still think there's an opportunity for growth with that. So I don't know. Hopefully I answered your question there.
I have a question for the first speaker. You mentioned things about environmental impact. So I will guess what you have done will be like a life cycle analysis. So one thing that I would like to know is how easy was it to find the data to make those analysis? Because that's something that we do a lot in the lab that I'm part of here at Western. But one major hurdle that we always face is how to know exactly what went into the product and where the things were coming from.
My answer might be deception for you because we didn't do the life cycle analysis. We took reports that from organizations that have done this life cycle analysis. So I could give them to you or send them to you, but we didn't do it. We're not scientists who do life cycle analysis, but I could send them to you if you want.
That would be
I could forward.
Question for Derek as well. I don't understand why insurers are hesitant, like they always want to save costs. Is it that they experience with reused parts is that they fail more often, or they're more, they're exposed to more liabilities, or what's the incentive systems that's driving them to not encourage more used parts?
There's certain cases where they're definitely opened up to more liability issues. So airbag reuse is one issue. So they don't put a used airbag on a repair for insurance, and that's quite obvious. And our industry accepts that because there's really no way to test an airbag except for blowing it up. So, but we do get quite a few of our parts on insurance claims, and I think the primary driver for that is just more economical than it is any kind of policy or issue regarding any kind of lawsuit potential, other than certain structural components. But for a door, for example, that part might be $1,500 from the dealer, and they allow that repair shop to make 30% on that part for putting it on. We may supply that same door for $800, but they only allow the shop to make 20% off that part. 20% of $800 is significantly less than 30% of $1,500 for the profit potential. So you get a lot of pushback from the repairers because it's costing them money to use our parts, which is a weird position from the insurers because they own the vehicles before they sell them at auctions. And if they could support our industry, they would drive higher salvage returns, making us, because we'd be more competitive because more of our parts would sell for those insured repairs. So, where one hand may be losing because they're spending more money to the shop to repair it, they're making it up in other ways because of more sustainable and successful recycled parts market. So that they're, basically handling their whole ecosystem of parts, but because one part of it seems like it costs them more money, they go completely outside that ecosystem and purchase from the OEMs and negate all the economies that they are actually part of. So I think it's mostly just policy from the insurers, and I think if one insurer got on board with paying more to use used parts, they may be further ahead. And yes, on paper that repair might be more costly, but they would be further ahead overall, I believe.
Thank you all for the presentation. It was really great, and the sort of diversity of perspectives was really super interesting. I have a question for Brian. So I love your collection of items here, and as I was listening to you sort of like go through and talk about each of them, it struck me that there's so much like innovation in these products that are no longer on the market. And when you talk to policymakers who are making laws around right to repair, one of the things that they emphasize is that they're concerned about how right to repair laws might negatively impact innovation. And so I'm just wondering, like, if you have thoughts about how we can communicate to the decision makers that not only, is repair innovative in and of itself, but that we have like this trove of sort of technology innovation already at our fingertips that's just sort of sitting there on a shelf. So I'm just wondering if you have thoughts about that.
Well, I think documenting this history in more detail. A lot of these radios are in the Smithsonian as well, but their stories haven't really been told as to how they work or what their sustainability features are or that kind of thing. In the study of calculators, I've noticed that with the introduction of wind power, there are calculators with batteries in them now. It's an obsolescence strategy. That's all it is. Basically, it doesn't work as well once the battery goes out, and how many people are going to open the back and find a hard to find battery. Yeah, so I'm not quite sure we get those kinds of things messages across. But I think definitely documenting libraries are going to changeable parts. We're talking about auto parts, but also I mean in electronics. So there's a lot of parts pairing. I've repaired a lot of laptops and things. So where the battery isn't sort of compatible from one year to the other, even though the model looks exactly the same. They move the connectors inside. Who cares? Why would they do that? And it just seems like it's an obsolescence strategy. So, you know, I guess if we have really a large library of these interoperabilities problems and also historical narratives, I think that lays the foundation for the legislation we want to have maybe.
I had a question for Derek. Just earlier in your presentation, you were just talking about, it looks like there's some division even within your field about who are your members and the broader kind of listing of licensed businesses. And just if you could explain a bit more, I know you talked about developing an environmental code for your members and you're audited, and where you strike the balance on where those OEMs are talking about adhering to a certain level of like safety and performance and environmental kind of codes, and where your association kind of potentially maybe falls in the middle of that, of assuring not only the environmental impact, but also ensuring that kind of safety and performance output as well.
We can guess the auto recycling industry in some ways is a bit of a wild west of certain operators. So of our 330 members, we're probably more similar than we're different. Of the 1,800 legal businesses in Canada, there's plenty of operations that are running as good or better or close to the same standards as what we're operating. There's plenty of operations that are quite the embarrassment though. So unfortunately, ARC can only speak to the people that choose to believe in being part of the membership and improving their business. It's very easy to run a business when you're not concerned of the environment and there's no penalties from the government for not running a proper operation. You know, the dollar for some people is the biggest driver. The second part of your question, I don't know how to answer that as far as we're still all independent businesses with our own goals. And the manufacturers are obviously their own independent thing. Probably does need to be some sort of government enforcement to bridge these relationships, or the market will change and maybe there'll be more consolidation in the recycling space, and then there's more opportunities to make agreements with larger manufacturers. Or what would happen in European markets, there's a lot of manufacturers that themselves have entered the recycling space themselves. They're more focused on recycling the vehicles though, not as much focused on the reuse of their parts. But it seems to be that there may be changing their tune on that a little bit. So there's a couple of different things that may happen on that.
I had a question for Julie Christine. I was wondering, when you talked about software updates as part of repair, I guess how do you evaluate like how long they can be updated for, or what do you think would be an ideal way of doing that?
Well, I'm not an expert on that topic, but we could look at how it is done in France. I think it's more about the availability of those software updates and how long they are available. But that would be my input on that, because I'm not a software developer, but I think we should look at what it's done in France and improve it, because we looked at what they have done, but it's not perfect, so we can always improve it. But it's more about the availability and how long. And availability for whom? So for consumers, but repairers as well, independent repairers, not just repairers that are linked to the OEM as well.
Any questions on the chat?
Questions so far?
Any other questions for the panel?
I have so many questions. I have a question for Julie Christine as well. So I appreciate that you're looking to models in Europe, like the French repairability index. And I know there's other sort of things happening in Europe around durability and like warranty reporting and things like that. Like really good stuff is happening over there. I'm wondering if you have thoughts about like how, like where those activities should happen in Canada in terms of like jurisdiction, right? So that's an issue that always comes up. Like, is this something that the federal government should deal with? Should provinces each have their own repairability index? What are your thoughts about that?
We looked into it. I didn't include it in my presentation because I have choices to make. But we think it should be a federal index because, you know, actually in Europe, they are developing a repairability index as well for their member states. And with the durability index, France, they wanted to apply it to smartphones, televisions, and washing machines, but they had to abandon the durability index for smartphones because the Europe was developing a repairability one for smartphones as well. So there was kind of a confusion between the two of these indexes. So that's why I think in Canada it should be a federal one. So there is not a debate between provinces and the federal government, and all Canadian teams have the same information, and it's easier for manufacturers too. So in Canada, they have the same index to guide them. They don't have one in Ontario, and then in Quebec there is no index, so it's a more uniform information.
Any other questions on this? Yeah, for Julie, Christine. Just curious, so you said that so the question I was going to ask you is the European Union is then creating a repairability index as well. Is it modeled after the French one? Will it replace it? And where is it in its development?
I think it will be applied in 2027 or 2028. I'm not so sure about it. I don't think it will replace the repairability index in France because it was there before the Europe's one. But for the smartphone ones for durability, there was kind of a glitch, so that's why the government abandoned it. But yeah, in France, I think they will stay with their index because it was there before. And I think they modeled it from the French index, but I think I'm not sure. I think there's something about the cost of repair that is not in the European one, and that it's the French one. But I would have to verify this information. But I hope I answered your question.
And actually, I have a follow-on question on that. Do the French intend to expand the repairability scheme?
I don't think so because the durability index will replace the repairability one, but the durability index, yes, it will be extended to other products. My guess is, you know, as I showed in my slide, there was 9 products that were covered by the repairability index and 2 that were covered by the durability index. So my guess would be that they will cover the 7 other ones with the durability index, but that we would have to follow this because they're just in the beginnings of the durability index. That just is, I guess.
Is the repairability and durability index that currently linked to any ISO standard, or is there a goal to create that in the future?
No, it's not linked to any ISO standards because these are international standards. The French government might have looked at ISO standards, but they're not linked. They really involved various stakeholders, so consumer associations, environmental organizations, manufacturers, retailers, everyone around the table, and they came up with the index, but I don't think it's linked.
I think we had a crystal ball question for you, Christine, in the chat, which is when do you think we could anticipate in Canada having repairability or durability index?
Well, as soon as possible. I don't know. That would depend on the interest that the government will give to this issue. But we will surely push for that. So, but that's a good question, but I cannot answer.
Maybe during our policy.
Yeah.
Any other questions for the panelists? Great first session, and thanks everyone. Fantastic speakers.
So we are about to start our second panel of the day, which is on economies of repair. And we have three speakers, very coordinated. They clearly planned this. So we're going to talk to us about the relationship between the right to repair and economic. So starting things off will be Hugues, followed by Anthony Rosborough and
Perfect. Thank you very much, Alissa. Good morning, everyone. I know it's the toughest session of the day just before lunch, so we'll try to be interesting and entertaining as much as we can. I just want to say thank you to Anthony and Alissa for putting this first edition together. I think it's a great event, great conversations going on, and I'm quite happy to be here with all of you. I have the pleasure of working with a company called Belron Canada, in fact, for almost 10 years as an external advisor with the organization in things related to government relations, public affairs, corporate communications. In the last few years, a lot of my focus with Belron has been on the right to repair, and that's what I hope to discuss, but also give you a bit of a perspective as to why it is that we're so mobilized in this super important issue and how sort of we go about it. And I'll also make a link with Mike's presentation just outside the door that you may have seen with the windshield there and explain why it is that we were here. I want to talk about, I don't know if I can, if it doesn't work. With the mouse? Okay, good, perfect. So I want to introduce Belron and then I'll get into the topic. So Belron is a company that you may know under the name Speedy Glass or Le Beau Vite Auto, Apple Auto Glass, 325 locations across Canada, but more importantly, it's part of a global group present in 37 countries. And believe it or not, the company was founded in 1897, even before windshields existed, for those of you that are very bucks. And a characteristic of Belron that's quite interesting is that the company is present across the country, especially not just in urban centers, but especially in rural Canada. And that's one of the focus that I'd like to discuss. Out of the 325 service centers that the company operates in Canada to do repair, replacement, as well as the calibration of advanced driving assistance systems, front-facing cameras. I'll also get into that a little bit further on. That's something that we need to do, being close to the consumers, being close to the drivers, and we can't expect drivers that need their auto vehicle to be maintained, repaired, to do so very far from their home location. And so talking about rural Canada is important. The other aspect of the business that I think is important, and it's true in the entire aftermarket sector and in a lot of other sectors as well, is that these service centers operate, a lot of them, under a franchisee model. These are individuals, women and men, that are entrepreneurs, that like to take risks, that create jobs locally, that make a commitment towards the development of the expertise and the training of their employees, that are proud to serve their local community, and that decide to make a partnership with an organization, with a brand, with an entity, such as Speedy Glass and several others, because they know that there's name recognition, because there are business processes, because there are resources, because there's a way of doing business that they can bring into their local market and adapt to their reality and so on and so forth. So I think that's something that's very important, because these small business owners, in our opinion, are the backbone of Canada's economy. And I wanted to share a few statistics with you because I think they are eye-opening. We often think of businesses, corporations, as being large and global and across markets and so on, and that's certainly true. But the fact is that the majority of the businesses that operate Canada's economy, that run our economy, are small businesses of 99 employees and less. So 1.2 million businesses in Canada that are small, 99.7% small or medium, so between 100 and 499. And on average, there are over 100,000 new small businesses created each year, and there's obviously a churn, 95,000 of them. So on a net basis, at least we're adding small businesses year over year, which is a very positive sign. There are also 5.7 million Canadians who work at these small businesses, and that's super important. It's almost half of the private sector labor force. So small businesses are important to our economy, and I'll soon come to the connection of the right to repair. And they generate over a third of our GDP of our economy in Canada. 1 in 6, 1 in 6.5, depending on the slice and dice, what rural is, of Canadians live in rural Canada. So that's 6.1 million people out of the roughly 40 million people that live in our country. And 300,000 of those 1.2 million businesses, small businesses, are in a rural setting. So we need these businesses to thrive. We need these small companies to perform well. It's a workplace to a lot of Canadians, as we said. And I want to give you a few examples of why these small businesses make a difference in the automotive sector. If you live in Sept-Îles, Quebec, and you own a Tesla, like a lot of Canadians do now, Tesla Model Y being one of the most sold vehicle in the world, you have to drive 649 kilometers to go to the nearest dealer in Quebec City. If you're in Taras, BC, 1,340 kilometers to go to the nearest VinFast dealer, also a fast, more and more sold vehicle brand in Canada. Grand Prairie, Alberta, 737 kilometers to go to Rivian dealer, also up and coming vehicle manufacturer. But even the ones we know and that are established, Volkswagen and Nova Scotia, to make an example, and so on and so forth. And there are a lot of these examples. So being able to provide a service, a quality service to Canadians in rural areas is extremely important. Brings me to the consumer's right to repair. As I said, Belron present in 37 countries. For those of you that are familiar with how businesses operate, especially in the retail sector, two key metrics that companies tend to look at when they're in that sector. The first one is the Net Promoter Score. I don't know if you've heard that metric before. It's basically a measurement of whether consumers are ambassadors of your brand or they're detractors. And the subscription of the ambassadors minus the detractors gives you a Net Promoter Score. And companies are able to do so on a per retail location basis, and they're able to compare them with one another and so on. And when you gather that kind of information, you also ask consumers to provide you with qualitative information as to how their experiences are. And the other metric that's also important, obviously, for businesses, and it's true of all types of organizations, is the employee engagement levels. And there are different ways to measure that. When Belron compiled this data across different countries, they realized that there were some friction points with customers. There were two in particular that really frustrated customers, employees, and franchisees, those small business owners that I talked about. And I'll go through two examples that really illustrate this quite well. The first one is when you need a windshield replaced, right? It's cracked beyond a $2. Uni is pretty much the size at which it can be repaired. Past that, it has to be replaced. And so a customer comes to a Speedy Glass location for an appointment the next day. They have a Ford 150, one of the most sold such trucks in Canada, and they want to replace their windshield. For the 2020 two-door Ford with standard cab, that's very specific. There could be 6 different windshield parts, 6 different codes. Manufacturers don't provide anyone other than their dealers, not even the customer that bought the vehicle, with the part number information for the windshield that they've bought. So you have to either, as a service center, either call a dealer and hope that they'll volunteer that information, or most likely you'll have the warehouse ship 2 or 3 of those windshield selections after you've had a conversation with a customer. Do you have a sun visor? Do you have a humidity sensor? Do you have a rain sensor? Do you have an ADAS camera? Do you have a lane departure warning and so on? And most customers, myself included, don't necessarily have answers to all those questions. So what happens oftentimes, the windshield is not the right one, the customer has to come back the next day, the windshield is broken on the way back and so on. Another example, a big friction point the past few years, OEMs require today that if you replace a windshield, you have to recalibrate the camera that's mounted behind the rear view mirror, because only a 1 millimeter difference in how the camera is aligned is going to make a huge difference as to how this camera reads events happening on the road distance from the vehicle in front of you and so on and so forth. And so what we need to do is recalibrate this camera. Manufacturers provide licenses to third parties such as Bosch or Aztec. They sell equipment, but unfortunately they wait a long time after vehicles are commercialized to release that information. So sometimes for 3, 6, 8, 9 months after a vehicle is released, only dealers will be able to perform those calibrations, which is obviously a source of frustration for customers, but also a liability if you replace a windshield and you release the vehicle and the customer with an uncalibrated camera, even though it's a manufacturer requirement, and it becomes an issue. So you don't want to let that happen either. So in that case study, we have a 2025 CX-90 vehicle. It's on the road for a few months already, and it cannot be recalibrated. And it's important because the windshield is part of the structural integrity of the vehicle. If there's a rollover in a vehicle, it can save your life if it's properly fitted, if it operates as it should. So another example that I wanted to share. I will conclude, and I'm sort of mindful of time, but happy to answer questions afterwards. I've had the pleasure of working in the area of public affairs and government relations for 23 years already, and I've seen hundreds of policy proposals at the municipal, provincial, federal, even global level. I've seen a lot of things, not seen it all, but seen a lot. And I have to tell you, I've never seen an issue such as the right to repair mobilize such a wonderful cross-section of actors from NGOs to large businesses, small businesses, consumers, do-it-yourself, academics, students. I think this is fantastic, seeing that bills on the right to repair in the House are able to get unanimous support. It's unusual that we have that kind of support from across the entire spectrum of the political community. It generates strong consensus among Canadians. Supports the durability of goods and sustainability. I think we talked about this earlier with the index. Certainly something that makes a lot of sense for a lot of Canadians, saves money. If you think of the expense items for households, yes, household appliances are important. Yes, electronics are a big part of our budget. But when you think about private transportation, it's after being able to house your family and feed them, that's the third most important spending area. So I'll make one political comment and say the fact that there have been a recent consultation where farming equipment is part of the consultation, where household appliances are included, electronic, but automotive sector is forgotten, is quite unfortunate. And it's not what we're seeing in other jurisdictions around the world that are moving forward on the right to repair. So we have a great opportunity to do better in terms of what's coming, although there's been great progress and we're monitoring that in the Senate as we speak. I think we'll talk about this later on today. So, and more importantly, and I'll conclude on that, protecting the livelihood and the future of hundreds of thousands of small businesses in rural Canada. I think it's extremely important that we maintain those local jobs and continue to offer a proximity service to Canadians.
Good morning, everyone. So I guess sort of already introduced myself once, but to give a bit more context as to who I am. I'm an assistant professor of law and computer science at Dalhousie University, and a lot of my work has been focused on the right to repair, particularly in Canada, over the past, I'd say, 5 years or so. I've spent a lot of time doing my PhD in Italy, my master's in the UK, and I became I guess, through reverse osmosis, I became a little bit exposed to the right to repair within a European context throughout those experiences, and developed a bit of way of thinking about the right to repair that's maybe at a more theoretical level than maybe some of the other speakers on this panel. So I think my talk is going to be perhaps less useful. But I think it's important for us to sometimes zoom out and think about the bigger principles that we're working with, because that will help us inform policy that it's based on some sort of principle, right? And so anyway, thank you for all bearing with us as three white guys talk about economic issues. And thanks for holding your nose to that fact. But so what do we mean by a competition view of the right to repair? Well, competition law, for those who are not very familiar, is the field of law that promotes or seeks to maintain market competition, right? Regulating anti-competitive conduct. Well, the most direct example you could think of would be preventing a monopoly. That's obviously the worst case scenario. That's the boogeyman that competition law wants to prevent. But there's a whole bunch of other types of conduct that companies can engage in that maybe don't amount to a monopoly, but that reduce competition in the marketplace. And when we look at the right to repair, a lot of the issues kind of stem from this problem, right? That manufacturers, vendors, OEMs use different tools, whether they be contracts, the technology itself, the design of the device, relying on intellectual property rights to reduce competition. And this panel, I think we're talking a lot about aftermarkets or secondary markets. So not the market for the primary production of the goods, but the market that's in the repair and servicing and supporting the goods once they're distributed. And that requires us to really think hard about how to maintain a competitive marketplace so that those small businesses that Hugues is talking about, they have a chance to operate, that they have some freedom to access what they need to do business, whether that be parts, tools, information, or software. And so the competition law view of the right to repair is maybe one of at least 4 characterizations that we sometimes hear and talk about when we talk about the right to repair. So maybe the most common one these days would be the consumer law view of the right to repair, right? That it's about reducing costs and increasing choice for consumers, so that we, as the folks consuming the products, have a bit more flexibility and choice and options. The other, of course, very closely related was reflected in Julie Christine's presentation, which is the kind of ecological or environmental sustainability view of the right to repair, that when we're able to fix things, we can make them last longer, we can increase the lifespan of the products, therefore we can buy them less frequently, less pressure in terms of waste disposal and so on. Third, there's this kind of, maybe a social or knowledge dissemination view of the right to repair, that when we're able to fix things, we generate knowledge, we generate technical knowledge, much like what Brian was telling us about, all this technical knowledge that we can develop and share in things like GitHub, this kind of innovation of a type of innovation that's been kind of lost, right, in the last few decades and replaced by a different type of innovation. But that repair enables us to kind of reinvigorate a kind of renaissance of that type of innovation, which is more decentralized, which is more diffused throughout society, where we're all active participants in innovation. And so competition law sits among those ways of thinking of the right to repair, a market competition view. And that's kind of what I wanted to talk about. So when we characterize the right to repair in thinking and talking about it, we're talking about rights, right? When we use the word rights, we kind of invoke a conversation about legal theory to some degree. So I hope everyone has had some coffee during the break. So bear with me just like, so the positive right view of the right to repair might be, we might think of that as sort of an entitlement to assistance and resources. So manufacturers should be required to provide, right? Should be required to provide access to manuals, tools, and parts. And this usually is accompanied by regulatory requirements that products are made repairable by design. That, through either standards or just design practices or use of certain materials, that products are made repairable for us, right? And the policy approach to that generally is centered around enforcing standards for repairability, right? The product stewardship schemes where the manufacturer is then made responsible for the product long after the point of sale in terms of its reclamation and recycling, right? We heard a little bit about Derek telling us a little bit about how some of the automotive manufacturers are becoming more engaged directly in the recycling. So that would resemble kind of product stewardship approach. But the one shortcoming in that positive right to the right to repair is that it may inadvertently kind of preserve a type of market exclusivity that manufacturers and vendors have, right? Because the more responsibility we put on the manufacturers or the vendors of the products, in other words, the more then control they have over the processes of repair and the terms under which it takes place. And so those business models of exclusive distribution that you can only get parts, you can only get the part number from the OEM, that can be maybe reinforced by systems where we put too much of the weight on the manufacturer itself to make sure that everything. We can contrast that to a kind of negative right view of the right to repair. And negative is not meant to mean that there's something bad about it, but that it's about freedom to act without restraint. So is the right to repair about what we're allowed to do in our private setting for ourselves? And the kind of rationale for this is that manufacturers should be prevented from blocking us from engaging in independent repair. So it should not be unlawful to repair, would be the kind of the mindset. And that means removal of kind of legal and technical barriers that prevent or restrict repairs. The policy approach, some of which we've seen in Canada lately, which is very welcome, is amending intellectual property laws, right? That prevent us from engaging in types of repair activities and bolstering market competition. Now, the shortcoming in that approach, of course, is that it doesn't really guarantee that anyone has the ability to fix anything. By making it merely not unlawful to fix something, we don't necessarily empower anyone to do it. We don't provide them with the means to do it. So the main point is that we need both. We need both a negative and a positive right view of the right to repair for it to take off, and that a competition law focus for the right to repair and a focus on market competition kind of helps us bridge this gap. Kind of uses together the positive and negative right view of the right to repair in a way that provides not just us as consumers with the ability and the protections for it being not unlawful to fix something, but it empowers also those other actors that are part of the repair ecosystem that we need to support a repairable economy. So when we think about the right to repair, we can think of this is a very probably incomplete image of all of the different actors that are part of the right to repair economy. What's obscured for viewers in the room at the very top would be producers or vendors at the very top there. But you can see how all of these actors work together, and they need their own types of policy solutions and supports in order to give effect to the right to repair. So whether you are actually producing the product and you need some guidance from regulators and policymakers on how to actually design those products so that they're repairable, there's a policy need there. Retailers would need guidance on which products would fit under certain classifications of repairability. Us as primary consumers, we need information about what products, which products are more repairable than others, and how do we measure that? So maybe a repairability index sort of fits into that. Independent repairers and parts manufacturers and distributors also need their own types of supports in terms of freedom to do business. And so broadly, we can maybe characterize some of the legal changes that we've seen happening, not just in Canada, but outside, in terms of positive and negative rights in this way, right? That a lot of the benefits we're seeing being given to, in terms of positive rights, and in terms of ensuring that the means of repair are made available to everyone, are kind of focused more on that upper tier of the chain, right? For giving consumers more empowerment, giving the producers more tools to use to make their products more repairable, more guidelines on how to accomplish this, forcing manufacturers, for example, to provide access to parts, tools, and information. But then on this lower kind of part of this circle, when it comes to those who need to exist in the market for us to actually access repair, that we need a local shop, we need a local technician, we need parts to fix things, we need the information, we need the tools. The intermediaries that help us actually give us that access are kind of not really included in that sort of entitlement picture, right? They're kind of outside of that entitlement picture. And so this is where I think there's an opportunity for us to think about ways of a renewed focus on market competition to kind of bring some of that positive right view, the right to repair, to to smaller and independent businesses who are really a key part of making this whole system work. And so where Canadian competition law could play a role here is really breaking down some of these monopolistic practices that we know about that limit repair options and stifle competition. So we need maybe more explicit references to repair, maintenance, and diagnosis in these maybe three important branches of competition law that we are seeing some progress on already, but I think we need to kind of zoom in a bit closer on this and give it a bit more energy in the years ahead. And so one example of where more policy emphasis could really be given is in this idea of a refusal to deal, which, without getting in too much of the weeds of competition law for you all, is sort of a related offense in the Competition Act that is where a company refuses to provide a customer with supplies necessary to conduct a business. And now we've seen some amendments to the Competition Act already in Canada to treat that in a repair context as a refusal to deal, where parts, tools, and informations are refused to be provided to an independent business. But some more clarity on that in terms of how that should play out, some more guidelines in terms of how smaller businesses can use that to help guide some of their decisions would be very valuable. We also see a lot of situations, and we've heard about them already today, about something like tied selling is happening a lot, where the original manufacturer will only agree to provide a customer with a certain product or a certain part number if they also engage in some other type of business activity. So if you agree to our exclusive service contract, we'll sell you the part, but only if so. Right? This type of activity that really restricts repair and who may conduct it is something that needs a lot more emphasis from the Competition Bureau in Canada. And very related to that is this notion of exclusive dealing. So favorable pricing for products, parts, for repair parts, upon the purchaser agreeing not to do business with anyone else. So we'll sell you these parts if you agree to a certain exclusivity that you'll only deal with us now. And I think if you ask questions of all of our speakers throughout the conference, I think you can sort of find examples where each of these is engaged in the realities of delivering repair. So we also need some greater clarification on the boundaries between intellectual property rights and anti-competitive acts. So as you know, intellectual property rights are kind of inherently a monopoly, right? They're kind of inherently anti-competitive. If you have a patent or if you own copyright in something, there's maybe only limited grounds under which anyone else can use those things, right? They're kind of an absolute right in many ways. And so these boundaries between what is fair market competition and what is just someone relying on their intellectual property rights, that boundary is not always easy to figure out from a policy perspective, and we need more clarity there. And so we've seen scenarios either in Canada and around the world where these uses of intellectual property rights are very much encroaching upon fair competition, and we need more guidance in Canada to determine how those situations should be governed. So one example that we heard from a case out of Norway involving imported refurbished iPhone screens was this assertion of trademark protection, right? This very small microscopic trademark of an Apple logo on the ribbon of an iPhone screen that was refurbished refurbished in Southeast Asia and then imported. At that time, it was treated as a counterfeit good because there was the use of the trademark on the ribbon screen. So this is kind of an assertion of trademark rights, right? Which is in a way like not really this intention here is to deny competition. It's not really in furtherance of the use of a trademark. It's for some other purpose. We also see vendors asserting copyright protection in training materials, repair manuals, and these types of documents, which have arguably no market demand or independent commercial value apart from their use in repair. And so is this really like a valid exercise of intellectual property rights, or is this really just meant to undermine competition in the market? So this is an area where we need more clarity on activity like this. Finally, there's some opportunity for patents, right, to be part of this conversation, where a product undergoes significant repairs or is restored. Does that amount to making the device again, where it engages patent rights? We have very, very old guidance on this in Canada. Other jurisdictions are ahead of us in clarifying what counts as a repair and what counts as a use of an invention. So there's an opportunity for us at the competition law level to clarify this and to give leeway for independent businesses to actually deliver on their role in this whole economy of repair. Okay, so just to wrap up, why a market competition focus of the right to repair is important. If we're going to have a very successful and sort of three-dimensional right to repair in Canada, it must impose requirements and obligations on manufacturers that guarantee repairability, right? So we need those positive rights. We need consumers to be armed with the right information. We need to make manufacturers produce things in the right way. But if we overemphasize this, we have the potential to kind of reinforce manufacturers and vendors' exclusivity. Like we have the potential in kind of turning up the dial on those exclusive channels of parts, tools, information, and software that only certain people are allowed to access and engage with. So we need to be mindful of the more we make vendors and manufacturers responsible for repairability, there's a risk that it becomes less decentralized and in fact more centralized by just a few actors. So for this, I guess my argument, tension, that I'm hoping to persuade you on is that a renewed focus on the competition law dimension of the right to repair might help us solve this problem, this conundrum, where in fixing things on one area, we're actually breaking things in another. That a look at this from a competition perspective might help us bridge that gap. That's all I have, and thanks everyone.
Bonjour à tous, good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come in to talk to you. My name is Jean-Francois Champagne. I'm the President and CEO for the Automotive Industries Association of Canada. We're the association that represents people in the auto care sector. And you might be wondering a bit, this morning we hear a fair amount about automotive. And this is being a broader right to repair conversation. You may have questions of why are we focusing so much on automotive? And in fact, I made a couple of references already to the fact that consultation by the federal government on right to repair are not including automotive. And I'm going to try to shed some light, some of those aspects. Talk about a more of a draw the picture of the automotive space in Canada, the repair businesses in Canada. Talking a bit about what the emerging problems and challenges, even though we've heard some of those already, and where we're at on our journey to make sure that we in fact continue to have a vibrant right to repair environment in the automotive space. So I want to share a few stats. I know some of you love numbers, so I brought some. Just give you an idea of scope when you think about the auto care industry in Canada. And let those numbers sink in for a second. 26 million vehicles on Canadian roads. More importantly, almost 500,000 people who work in the auto care sector. And those are the people that work in fixing the cars after a car has rolled up the dealership's lot. It's not about people making cars or selling cars, it's strictly the maintenance and repair. There are more people in Canada fixing cars. There are people in agriculture or the oil and gas industry. And that probably answers some of the first question is, wow, we talked about auto a lot. Yeah, because it's a very big contributor to the Canadian economy. And so if you want to unpack this a little bit more, you start to look at the numbers. On the, what's going to be your left side, I guess? That's going to be your left side, right? So in comparison to other large economies, we are not as good as the American. Our friends in the US love their cars. The highest number of cars per capita is in the US, but we're not far behind. And very comparable to other places such as the UK or Australia. And one of the reasons you could explain that is, well, look at the geography. We need to get places. There's a large geographical footprint to cover. And this is why when you also look at kilometers driven, we too are going to be very comparable to the Americans in the fact that not only we own a lot of vehicles, we also drive them a lot. In doing so, we'll require more maintenance and repair for those vehicles. Now, I think the one that really brings it up, and those are figures from 2021. So if you take a snapshot of 2021 and you think about what is the year and model that you have on the road at that particular point in time. And I've highlighted the last 5 years because those would be the years where a vehicle is likely new and under warranty. So what's in blue here would represent vehicles that are relatively new and are being essentially covered by a warranty by its original manufacturer. The average age of a vehicle on today's road today is 10 years old. When you walk out the door today and scan around, the vehicle you're looking at is likely at the very least 10 years and older. And so looking at all the yellow portion of that graph, there's a huge amount, the vast majority of the vehicle on Canadian roads today are outside of the warranty period. And Canadians would, in the vast majority, choose to go to the automotive aftermarket, the auto care sector, not the original manufacturer's dealership for that maintenance and repair of the vehicles. Which leads again to thousands of technicians. Almost 200,000 Canadians are technicians involved in the maintenance and repair of vehicles. Huge part of the economy. Now, one would argue, and that's one of the arguments we hear, so, wow, Jeff, so if you are such a large industry in the auto care sector, you must have pretty robust right to repair. The fact is, Canadians are going to independent repair shops to get their car serviced. So is there a problem to solve? What's the issue? Why are we today in this forum very much more talking about the importance and the impact of right to repair for the auto care sector? And they put no stats on that slide because many have discussed that already. The vehicle you drive today is very different than the one that you had 10 years ago. And the vehicle you're going to drive 10 years from now is going to be dramatically more different than what you drive today. It's increasingly, yes, electrified, no question. And in fact, a lot of people talk, Jeff, what's the dynamic versus EVs? I said, yeah, EV is an important component of the transformation of the vehicle. But more importantly is those vehicles are increasingly more autonomous and are more connected. And so I think the conversation around EVs, sometimes a distraction to the fact that the vehicle you have are truly highly connected computers on wheels. That really is the fundamental challenge we're faced with. Is in order to maintain, service, and repair a vehicle today, you're actually basically servicing and repairing a computer. And without access to that information, it's almost impossible to complete a repair. We heard the story about recalibrating a windshield. I could give you countless stories of people having issues. I'll pause here because I know just yesterday, we're actually on the Hill in Ottawa advocating for right to repair for the auto care sector. What's beautiful is as you meet more and more policymakers, elected officials, many will just naturally share a personal story. Oh, I know. Took my Volvo to the dealership or couldn't get those fixed. I went to my local repair shop. They asked me to fix a windshield, and here I am 3 weeks later, can't get it done. Oh, we don't use these parts. You got to go to the dealership. Here's a repair cost that's 3 times what you should pay for. I'm into a collision repair, and I've been waiting for my Tesla to be fixed for 6 months. I had to put it onto a float, a large vehicle truck, and drive it 1,000 kilometers. How good is that for the carbon footprint? So all of these elements make it so that the vehicle we fix today are different. And the reason we've been okay so far is that we in 2009 came to an agreement with automakers. It was in large part the result of legislation that was adopted on right to repair in the United States, which sort of influenced Canadian automakers to strike a voluntary agreement. Yeah, we'll share manuals, we'll share parts, we'll share training information in a voluntary basis. It was signed in 2009. AIA Canada is one of the signatories to this agreement. And I can tell you my personal experience, I've been sitting as part of the task force. There's 8 of us who are on a permanent task force for this agreement. I've been sitting at that table since 2016. And since we're only friends and this is not being broadcasted nor recorded, I would share that it's been the most dysfunctional structure I had to be part of in my entire career. What was that? 15 years old. Oh, I know. And broadcast. I'll make a joke. Happy to make it very clear that this agreement, the voluntary agreements, they don't work. It's a common statement made by automakers, and in fact, probably one of the reasons why automotive is currently not being considered by the federal government as part of the consultations on right to repair legislations and framework. Because there's this false pretense that in 2009, you think about the type of vehicle, technology, or cell phone you had back in 2009, an agreement was struck, which automakers are not required to participate in. There's no compliance requirement, and there are no penalties for non-compliance. So what we've seen since 2009 is this erosion of the various type of repair, parts, and ways of fixing cars. So I'm here to tell you today, and I learned this morning, is it going to be voluntary? Do we need to have compliance? Do we need a framework? Anytime, oh yeah, we'll come together in this voluntary way of addressing right to repair. I will tell you, this is not going to work. In fact, when we travel around the world and talk with our partners, whether Australia, the UK, the EU, South Africa, their own conclusion is that where they've pursued voluntary agreements has not worked or yield the right results. It needs a legislative framework that compels automakers, manufacturers in general, to come together and build widgets, I'll say, cars, computers, washing machines that are much more repairable as opposed to any kind of voluntary compliance. The latest one, and I know we talk about safety, auto thefts. So one of the emerging issues in Canada is we have a high level of auto thefts. And this is not particular to Canada, but we're not doing so well. The proximity of a large center such as Toronto, the Port of Montreal make it so it's a very good ways for organized crime, steal vehicles, put them in containers and ship them overseas. That's a quote. I was at the Auto Theft Summit. The Prime Minister felt compelled to call all of the stakeholders together. The automaker says, wow, it's going to be hard to fix our auto theft problem. Because if the government continue to consider framework on right to repair, this may in fact lead to more auto thefts. Now, I'll let you scratch your head and try to figure out what the causality between those two things are. But those caused us to spend a lot of time with policymakers and elected officials to explain there's actually no relations between the stealing of a car and access to repair information for the purpose of diagnostic and repair and maintenance. And so those are the kind of positioning we hear from automakers or manufacturers in general say, oh, it's going to get stolen. Oh, someone's going to get killed. We have to restrict this information to prevent that. And I think we heard it from Derek this morning with recyclers. Can't use a salvage part. This is an OEM part, and by the way, we made that part, because if you do that, this is going to cause some issues. Yeah, there are some circumstances for sure. The vast majority of time, these are much more a commercially driven decision as opposed to a safety one. It's amazing that we continue to poll Canadians on, do you believe you should have the right to go where you want to get your car serviced or maintained? 94% Canadians, we're still looking for their 6% to have a sit down and conversation, to be honest. But on the principle alone, we know this is in fact something that will connect and rally across all industries. We've made a comment already. We have cross sections of various industries, groups, NGOs, industries, all put together. Yeah, this makes sense. It doesn't really matter if we do have, in fact, a liberal government, a conservative government, NDP government. They're all essentially going to be supportive of the concept and the principle of right to repair. So we might ask yourself, why is it so hard then to drive policy changes? Leave it to the Q&A, we'll have conversations about that. I get a few opinions, but it has been recorded, so. Our position as an organization is we need standalone legislation in this country specific to automotive that will ensure consumer right to choose and compel automakers to share all the information needed for the proper diagnostic, repair, and maintenance of the vehicle. Sort of a North Star. That journey is a long one, but one is in fact moving around the world. So Australia adopted a pretty comprehensive auto right to repair legislation. There's some great movement in Europe and other places around the world. So Canada is falling behind, for sure, but the good news is that there's some movement on that front. In the meantime, we're applauding some great initiative by provincial governments, such as the government of Quebec. Bill 29 on repairability of goods, and by the way, if you're francophone, repairability, I shouldn't say it, repairability of goods. Can you say that? It's hard. Repairability of goods and a right to repair was adopted. It's a consumer protection focus. It's a good step in the right direction, but unfortunately now we're finding ourselves with patchwork approach. And for anyone that understands the economics of that, this is not the best way to proceed forward. We really want a federal-driven type of mandate that will, in fact, unify the framework for right to repair. But in the meantime, there are some movement at the federal level, very small step in that direction. Bill C-244 and 294, I know you made reference to it, Anthony. I had the pleasure to have a sit down with MP Miao, which is the sponsor of 244. We met with the Senator Deakin, who is in the Senate now reviewing this bill, was going to amend the Copyright Act, specific to making sure that we are able to repair a diagnosed vehicle without infringing on the Copyright Act. The word on the street is next Tuesday, we may in fact be able to get this bill through third reading and get real dissent. Some of you have been around long enough will remember 232 from the previous government. So we've been at this with two governments to get this small change. How much will this bill change how Canadian gets their car serviced? I predict a good zero. This is a necessary precursor to more comprehensive right to repair legislation. Don't believe this bill will create any change on the part of manufacturers and how they design, deal, and make information available. But it is that first step that's necessary from the perspective of the federal government. So we're hopeful. We'll see movement, and activities like today are incredibly important for us to continue on our journey to get more comprehensive right to repair legislation. I think that's my last slide. Yes, it is. Looking forward to your question. Thank you again.
Okay, so we have some time. We have some time for questions. Either from the room or any questions?
I just wanted to start by thanking all the panelists. This was great. I'm just, on your last presentation, I'm still trying to decide if the other 6% are all owners of car dealerships. Although it sounds like it's like a lot of car dealerships. I'll come back to the beginning. Our first speaker, I loved your emphasis on rural Canada. I grew up in a rural environment. My parents were farmers, and I think, in a rural environment, you're much more attuned to that sort of inherent right to be able to put your tractor up and get a welder and get it going again. So it's a small point, but I've been intrigued that statistically, they seem to have changed the definition of rural over the years, and it's just definitely disenfranchising us in this regard because I think the current definition is a town of over 1,000, and as little rural towns grow, they go over 1,000, and now all of a sudden they're urban, and it's a really strange way to look at things because it's starting to make Canada look like it's nearly 100% urban.
I think statistics, there's not a commonly agreed to definition of rural, but I saw that Statistics Canada defines it as a non-census area, and they have some more detailed definition, but depending on these.
Yeah, that's when they linked it to 1,000. It was just easy for them. Oh, well, it's a little town. You got 1,020 people. Oh, you're urban. I think when you live there, you would say, no, not really.
Yeah, the reality is Canada's second largest landmass in the world as a country, very, very small population density. So I think this is, if you look at healthcare, for instance, we've made a decision historically that all Canadians should have access to the same type of healthcare services irrespective of where they choose to live. I think that's a principle that's in our fabric and our values as Canadians, and the right to repair sort of I think embeds that to a certain extent.
I really appreciated the emphasis that because of the, our population distribution, our rural component is going to get disenfranchised with respect to repair.
I'll just add, the statistics will show you that you get about 3,000 new car dealers in Canada and about 12,000 independent repair shop. So any market you're going to go to, despite of scale, if you do have one dealership, hopefully you buy from that particular brand for under warranty maintenance, but you will find 5 or 6 independent repair shop that could service all makes and model. And so, to your point, I think if you don't qualify as a rural, I personally just moved to Russell, Ontario. I went from Russell, Ontario. With 6,000 people, there's one dealership, and there's about 6 of those, independent repair shop.
And to your point, I think on your slide you had Yarmouth, Nova Scotia. I'm very familiar with Yarmouth, Nova Scotia. It's not that small of a town, but it's not near anything else. So you may not be in a rural place, but you may be just far away from everything else, and that sort of plays a variable in this as well.
But you can't find a speedy glass.
Yeah.
I had a follow-up question on that. Again, really appreciated your focus on rural Canada. We're talking about a more expansive version of right to repair, like including things like timeliness and affordability. There's certainly a geographical aspect of getting those resources out to rural areas. And as my friend here just mentioned, the disenfranchisement of rural areas is also economic. Like we see as farm sizes grow bigger, for example, there's less and less to support a population in some areas. And you have agricultural machinery distributors being bought up by one family, or I guess a corporation that holds all of these dealers. And so you can have like a positive right, as Anthony mentioned, to have right to repair, but that may just embed what's already happening. And so if you have a negative right as well, you still need to have some way to support independent repair people. And so you can have all the laws on the books that you want to, but like where else do we go to support right to repair in these areas that's not just laws?
I'll take a stab. I'm sure we all have opinions on this, but I think market incentives. I think we need to create incentives in the marketplace for people to fill that need. Now, it might be more difficult in the case of a rural area where it's harder to incentivize someone to open up a repair shop that's going to run at a loss, right? So that's a problem that's hard to solve completely. But there's a whole bunch of things that we could laws that could put on the books that would actually incentivize markets for repairability in this way. I think we saw in budget 2023 like a very small move in this direction, right? Which was like a tax rebate or tax rebate for repairing home appliances, right? So it gave consumers some sort of incentive, right? But it's like a very, very small kind of look at ways that we could use market incentives and tax incentives to encourage businesses to fill that gap.
If I may just maybe add a different perspective and indirectly answer that very direct question, I think once we've won the legislative battle, and we don't know how long it's going to take, hopefully not too long, I think there's going to be a communications battle to also fight. I was having a conversation a few weeks back with the Office Québécois de la Protection du Consommateur, so the consumer protection in Quebec, and telling them that if you are a consumer and want to find out about your rights, you need to click through a lot of links and sublinks and sub-sublinks, and you start from a header that says contracts, and I don't think that's very appealing to a consumer. And so I was telling them that they needed to, along with the adoption of Bill 49, they needed to have a communication strategy to make sure that consumers in general and auto owners and long-time listers understand their rights, what they're allowed to. In Quebec, to give you a precise example, it won't be legal anymore to request an OEM part once you've repaired your vehicle. An OEE part will be sufficient. And so one of the things I was telling them is we need to have a QR code that each retail location, each mechanic and aftermarket garage can post on the cash register that consumers can click, and it's spelled out in very clear letters, because I think there's going to be a battle for information, and there's an incentive for OEMs to maintain confusion around that in the long term. So anyways, it's sort of an aside, but I think something to look out for maybe in the future.
A little bit, but I think that the rural areas are still very well served today. Speedy glass, collision repair centers, parts distribution outlets. We are in all of these communities. I like to think that once we have a clearer future with some protections, there'll be motivations for people to continue to invest in those communities. But this for sure could be challenging for sure as we see the erosion of some of these markets for sure.
I see. I just had a second to kind of marinate on that thought and thinking purely about the agricultural equipment industry, which is a little bit different, right? And maybe there's a role here to play in an increased emphasis on technical training and certification, but in terms of empowering more people with the skills so that there are people to fill that gap. There's no guarantee that they're going to be in every small town or small area, but I think there's the real needs for us to kind of reinvigorate, technical education that would have more competence across the whole population to fill that gap.
Great, thank you. There was a question here, and then we'll go to you after.
All right, I'm gonna try and ask this question, but it's kind of rattling in my head because there are too many aspects of it. I'm interested in medical technologies and the access to medical technologies in London as well as remote Canada and Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. So I am very interested in the lobbying aspects and how you go and get laws changed. Obviously, the automotive industry and even the agriculture industry is quite large, but the laws that are going to be instated are going to impact the medical industry as well, the medical device industry. So how does one promote the interests of the consumers of the medical devices, which is a much smaller group? Like when you think about, they're large and expensive pieces of equipment sometimes, but it's a smaller group, and unfortunately Kevin stepped out. But how do you ensure that the interests of those groups are also addressed by the legislation that is going to come in? You're the lawyer.
I am not providing any advice.
I'm not looking
to say speculation. But I'm actually, my response is more on the political, which is that I think you need to trace, unlike the car that many of us have or are familiar with, or the smartphone that's in all of our pockets. A medical device is not something that we purchase. Like we don't go out and buy an MRI machine. Maybe Kevin does, but most of us don't have that kind of consumer interaction with it. So I think from a political level, the messaging needs to connect the patient impact from the unrepairability problems to the right to repair. So what is the delay in treatment time? What is the increased cost for healthcare providers? What does this mean for the resources that are available to you as a patient because the hospital blew its budget on repairing one machine? So I think telling those stories is where we connect that.
So I get that, and I'm not challenging it in any way. What I worry about is that there's an association that represents the automotive repair companies, and there are many of them, as I just found out. So that's a big economic driver, a big economic body. But how do you get the patient perspective to the politicians when those are people who are just using the medical system? They're not aware that my MRI scanner may not be available because some big company didn't allow me to repair it today.
I'll make a comment as opposed to answer the question directly, but part of the answer probably is here today. We are collectively from different areas coming together to share information and realize there are a lot of point of commonality. I think there are circumstances in which you might want to go alone and where some of the issue becomes a bit more specific to your sector that may require you to have a more direct engagement on a specific piece of policy or legislation. But, I think that the collective also is important in information sharing. Joint submissions that was done under the Can Repair, I think, are great ways to do this. It conveys a common message where each, I think, participant needs to say, well, I'll remove what's specific to my sector and just, support broader principles. And it's maybe, I don't know if it provides an answer, but yeah, I think that today is a good example of how we address the challenges you're raising.
And just to be clear, I wasn't looking for answers because I don't expect you to have them. I really appreciate the commentary.
Yeah, so jumping back to the last topic, I used to be a photographer and I don't know, 10, 15 years ago did a photography workshop, and the photographer giving the workshop worked mainly in Appalachia in the States. And he commented about some of the photos. He said, "Well, do you notice that a lot of these farms have multiple of these old Ford trucks and they're the same? And it's because it was the last truck without computerized parts. And so the farmers would keep multiple so they could take the parts from one truck to put it to repair the other one. But they had no way to repair their own trucks once the computerized parts came in." So it's just a comment sort of, I guess, on, a growing digital divide, urban-rural divide, and economic divide about being able, even if you could, to fix your own things.
I think they're different, there's a new platform here with this event, I think for the first edition. I hope that it's going to be an annually recurring event, and I hope we can gather a lot more representatives of a lot more regions of the country, a lot more sectors facing a lot of different realities, and this momentum, if it becomes even wider, I think is going to make an impact. Even answering your concern earlier, and having those conversations about the divides that you described, I think it can make a difference. I know it's very general, but I think just seeing the momentum that there is with the coalition, the kind of discussions we have, the meetings we have that are very much open and transparent to anyone. I think there's a momentum. We've lacked that momentum in Canada for a while. We've seen it south of the border, in other regions. It's made a difference when the messages are conveyed by those that are directly impacted and by consumers, and so yeah.
That some of us participate onto the Zero Emission Vehicle Council at the federal level, and on the electrifications of vehicles. There's 1/3 of the populations that are early adopters, enthusiasts. In the next third, we're going to make an economic decision on buying an EV when the total cost of ownerships makes sense. There's a third segment of the industry that might be, in fact, as you explained, people are going to say, I like my traditional vehicle. I have discovered more and more the repairability of these EVs is not great. And, I'm going to be holding on to those ICE vehicles for as long as I can. But I'm looking also at great technology on this table. And eventually we have to move on, right? So I don't carry a calculator anymore. And we all moved on to use these things anyway. So yes, they'll have a transition point, but technology will take its place.
I think also, just to add to that, there's nothing inherently there's nothing about the right to repair movement that is inherently anti-computerization. In fact, in many ways, like the right to repair leans into computerization. But I think some of the work that Brian is doing kind of shows us that just the presence of circuitry doesn't mean that something is inherently unrepairable, but it means that repairability needs to be factored in, right? And either in its design or in the way we interact with it. And so I don't think there's an opportunity for us to go back to a purely analog context as a way to reinvigorate the right to repair. As romantic as that seem, I think this is the world we're in, and we have to find a way to make even complex devices that are heavily computerized repairable. And I think there's some good precedent out there for how we can do that. We see like products like the Framework laptop and the Fairphone. We see very complex products that are heavily computerized. They are computers, but that are still repairable. So I think there's an opportunity for us to kind of go down that path.
Thank you very much. I had a quick question because I heard the mention of tax credit, and I currently have somebody at my house who's fixing our dryer for $100, and I'm just wondering, is that, because I tried to Google it and it doesn't look very current, so I don't know if is that right to like home appliance repair tax credit still available?
It was in budget 2023, so unless it was removed in budget 2024, I believe it's still part of it.
Okay, great, well, I'm excited that my taxes, I'm gonna go look for it.
I'm not a tax consultant.
Thank you.
Okay,
Question for Anthony. So on the topic of competition and on right to repair, there are some technical problems that benefit from standardization amongst groups of larger manufacturers. So say using the same size tires on cars, things like that. Batteries and laptops could be the same size. Solutions like that, how do you hash that from a policy and competition perspective?
Solutions in terms of mandating that?
So mandating standardized parts, but not impinging on innovation.
Yeah, well, keep in mind, like a requirement that manufacturers adopt a certain standard isn't necessarily doesn't necessarily impact their ability to be competitive. And I guess it impacts innovation if we characterize innovation very narrowly as one that's purely about exclusivity. So if the only way that we characterize or think about innovation is you've made some incremental improvement to something. You've made a battery where the connector is on this side rather than that side. And that's your claim to fame. And the only way that you can retain any kind of market position is by excluding anyone else from producing that type of battery. If we're happy with that type of innovation, then yeah, I guess it would be a problem for us to require interoperable standards, right? But I think we shouldn't be happy with that as our context of innovation. I think we should be encouraging more open competitiveness, and open standards like require companies then to innovate on something that's actually useful, rather than just reinforcing channels of exclusivity that lock people out from participating in innovation.
On that, look at the Secure Vehicle Interface, SVI, a standard that was developed and then further enhanced through an ISO standard, which the number eludes me right now, in ways to provide a way to standardize the wireless communication between a vehicle and third parties. Today, all new vehicle will communicate wirelessly to the automakers in ways that are proprietary and totally different from one vehicle to the other. Manufacturers do know how fast you're going, when you're pressing on the brake, your driving behavior, and all sorts of different points, or actually information gathered by automakers and to their own servers wirelessly. But the way to access that information for diagnostic and repair becomes complicated because there's no standardization. For instance, in the state of Massachusetts in 2020, through a ballot question in the last elections, to compel automakers to provide a standardized access for consumers to be able to access information which implied compliance to that standard. This was widely adopted. It was obviously, all counties throughout Massachusetts voted in support. And since 2020, millions of dollars by automakers have been spent to fight this in court. And they're still basically taking the state of Massachusetts to court. But if that was to become law, it would sort of give them a push towards a somewhat of a standardized ways. The same way as some of you may be familiar with the OBD2 port, which is a standardized port that we have in vehicle that was fought by automakers, was a result of EPA regulations in California.
Okay, I know there are additional questions, but we have to break for lunch. And I encourage you to ask your questions over lunch, because we'll have an hour to share a meal and have more discussion. But for now, let's thank our panelists.
So our policy roundtable is focusing obviously on development of policy in and around the right to repair. So a little bit less presentations about different research that's been going on in the space of right to repair, and more about what's actually happening behind the scenes in developing policy that can help fix some of these issues. So to comprise our policy panel today, we have three incredible panelists. Patrick Blanar from Innovation Science Economic Development Canada is here to speak to us a little bit about the development of right to repair policy from federal jurisdiction. We have Rakocevic, who is an Ontario member of provincial parliament and has been a big part of the recently proposed Bill 187 in Ontario that will enact right to repair reforms here in the province. And last but not least, Skylar Franke, who is a city councillor here in London, who we understand has been very vocal and strong proponent of the range repair, and also planning your home appliance independently. Better, better. So I'm gonna sort of help moderate this discussion a little bit, and then we'll open it up for questions closer to the end. So I just wanted to kick things off with the first question being, start this kind of in sequence with each of the folks on the policy panel. So we'll answer this one individually, and then we'll move on to a more collaborative discussion. But maybe we'll start with Patrick. If you could just tell us a little bit about the role at ISED and how you've become engaged and involved with right through America.
Sure. So I have a bit of a presentation to go with that.
Okay.
I know I kind of try to over prepare. This would be easier. Yeah. I've been at this for a few years now. Hi, so first, as a federal employee, I think I need to legally say that the views I express here are my own and do not necessarily represent those of the government of the day. Having said that, I am the Director of Copyright and Trademark Policy at Innovation Science and Development. And in that role, I share responsibility for copyright policy with my counterpart at Heritage, who focuses more on copyright pharmacology. So I assumed the role in 2021, just around the time of the launch of the series of copyright consultations. The Government of Canada first consulted on a right to repair in 2021 as part of the consultation on a modern copyright framework for artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things. This consultation asked for feedback regarding both repair and interoperability. It built on the 2018-2019 parliamentary review of the Copyright Act, when the House of Commons Standing Committee on Industry and Technology recommended that the government consider copyright policy measures to facilitate repair. Before I go any further, I'll briefly explain the main copyright issue with repair, which is related to technological protection review, or TPMs. This is an enforcement regime introduced in 2012, helping copyright holders to exercise their exclusive rights in the digital marketplace. The TPM regime prohibits users from circumventing TPMs installed by copyright holders with access, copying, or sharing of their content. There are some exceptions that allow the circumvention of TPMs for the purpose of certain activities. However, repair is currently not one of those exceptions. That means that someone who needs to repair their software-enabled product that has a TPM protecting the software will be prevented from doing so. Close to half of all the submissions received during the 2021 consultation discussed repair. Some of those expressed support for a copyright exception, while others were in opposition. Original equipment manufacturers and software developers were generally opposed to a TPM exception for repair. They argued that a TPM exception would undermine innovation and investment, would jeopardize safety and privacy, and is not needed given the Canadian Automotive Service Information Standard, also known as CASIS, which we've heard earlier. Some supporters of a copyright TPM exception for repair called for a broader reform to the TPM framework to give users more freedom. They called for an infringement exception for repair or a clarification that repair is fair dealing, the exception of general application under copyright law. They also wanted the government to prohibit restrictions on circumvention of TPMs in private contracts or end-user license agreements. As for interoperability, unlike in the case of repair, the Copyright Act already included a TPM exception. About 1/3 of submissions received addressed interoperability. Some submissions called for the broadening of the exception to have it apply to more than just between two computer programs, which is what PLC 294 does, which I'll talk about in a few minutes. These include agricultural manufacturers and producers and the aftermarket automotive sector. We also heard for calls for a dispute resolution mechanism for situations when a TPM protects a computer program and blocks interoperability. I have personally been engaged on 2 legislative measures dealing with copyright barriers, currently being advanced in Parliament. We deal with the 2 distinct but interrelated issues discussed during the consultation: repair and interoperability. First, Bill C-244 is a private member's bill that proposes amendments to the Copyright Act. Proposes a new exception allowing the circumvention of a TPM for the purpose of maintaining or repairing a product, including any related diagnosing. The Government of Canada supports Bill C-244 as passed by the House of Commons and presently at 3rd reading in the Senate. The bill would remove a copyright barrier to repair for software-enabled products. It is important to keep in mind the limited scope of Bill C-244. The bill would not provide Canadians with a positive right to repair. A positive right to repair would need to include elements such as mandating manufacturers to provide repair parts and manuals, which are beyond the scope of the Copyright Act. The second federal legislative initiative is Bill C-294, also a private member's bill. It proposes amendments to the Copyright Act to expand interoperability. This aligns with the spirit of the right to repair, as it could facilitate the extension of product life cycles. The scope of the current TPM interoperability exception applies to making interoperable 2 computer programs. However, with the increased number of software-enabled products that include TPMs, such as farm vehicles, achieving interoperability may go beyond the 2 computer programs interoperable. The bill seeks to provide certainty to Canadians that the copyright framework allows the circumvention of digital locks to make a computer program or a device in which it is embedded interoperable with another computer program, device, or component. Bill C-294 also seeks to clarify that the exception would apply to third parties helping product owners with achieving interoperability as long as they have lawfully obtained the computer program. The government also supports Bill C-294. And I'm happy to report that both bills have passed the committee stage in the Senate. And in fact, Bill C-294 received debate at 3rd reading yesterday. And we're hoping that Bill C-244 will follow next week and receive royal assent shortly thereafter. Thank you.
So maybe you can help then expand a little bit on, I guess that is quite the role that you've had, right, developing those 2 bills. But maybe for the sake of the folks here, you could just tell us a little bit more about your role within ISET and how it was that you personally became kind of most involved in developing these bills.
Well, I guess I'm the director of copyright policy. Because there was a private member's bill that was advanced, it was my group's responsibility to advise on the bills and to develop a government position or advise the government on what the positions that they would like to take, and then actually implement, once we have the marching orders, actually put it into practice. And so that's really where it came out of. But we had also, as I said, we had also previously run the consultation in 2021, where we had already gathered opinions and views from a number of Canadians, which helped us be informed when the bill came out. But at the end of the day, these are both private members' bills, so they were tabled, and our role was to try to ensure that they are basically that they do what they are intended to do, but also in the cases of C-244 and C-294, we had an extra responsibility, which was to ensure that they remain, as much as possible, we advise that they remain consistent with some of our international obligations, including the Canada, US, Mexico trade agreement.
And so just building, I guess, on this, your personal introduction, I mean, was the right to repair and interoperability, were these concepts that you were familiar with at all before you sort of put on your lap to sort of solve how to make these bills work?
So it's interesting because my first degree is computer science.
So definitely in that role, the ideas of interoperability, the ideas of being able to tinker, it's also something that I personally always have an interest in. I have, almost embarrassing to say, more than one 3D printer at home. Like it is part of who I am. I like to tinker, I like to play with things. So for me, it was kind of a natural, and I'm really happy that I got to participate in this.
Skylar, we'll move on to ask you the same sort of question. So tell us about, I guess, your role as a counselor, but then how would that sort of led you being involved in the right to repair?
Sure, absolutely. So my name is Skylar Franke. I'm the Ward 11 City Councillor in London, Ontario. So if you're from the area, that's Old South, Berkshire, Kensal Park, Manor Park area. And I'm just in my second year, so still learning, but my background's actually in the environmental nonprofit sector. So before I became a city councillor, I worked for Reforest London doing tree planting programs, and also ran the London Environmental Network, which we had many different programs, including like home energy audits, corporate sustainability, support. And even when I was little, my background is Dutch, and so I find there's a bit of a connection. People assume or use the language that Dutch people are cheap and frugal, but I actually think it's just incredibly sensible. Because growing up, my parents would, save things and put them on a shelf in hopes and in efforts that eventually it would be used for something else. Or I remember when I was younger, my dad picked me up once from a sleepover wearing, in the middle of winter, he's wearing gardening gloves. It's not gardening, but he was like, these are gloves. Who cares if it's not spring? I'm wearing gloves. Gloves are gloves. So there's just a bit of that within my family and that kind of spirit. And within the municipal level, we don't discuss right to repair, because at the municipal level with local governments, we're not making systemic policy changes. Like I can't say iPhone, you have to put in, little screws that we can open in London, Ontario. That would need to be done at a higher level of government. But what we can do at the local level is try to make a really healthy ecosystem. So in London, we have a lot of groups like Squeaky Wheel Bike Co-op, which repairs bikes. A lot of other groups, so like the Thing Library and the repair cafes. The local government can support that with funding or with efforts to find space. And I'm very supportive of that. And we also have staff that are working on a circular economy framework. So again, looking at all aspects of repair, reduce, reuse, recycle, and trying to make sure that we give everyone the opportunity and the space to do that work. But there are, of course, 2 other levels of government that we have to work alongside to make that possible.
So was the right to repair something that you kind of were already engaged in or interested in before becoming a counselor?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, being in the environmental sector, to me, we have limited and finite resources on this planet. So being able to use them appropriately, and I use the word conservatively, but I don't mean it politically. I just mean, properly conserving the resources we have and ensuring that whatever is recyclable, we continue to repair and reuse it.
So Tom, tell us a little bit about your role as an MPP and how you've sort of become engaged recently in the right to repair. Tell us a bit about that story.
Great. So first off, as you know, John Rakocevic, member of provincial parliament. I'm with the Ontario NDP, and I'm the critic for consumer protection in Ontario. So first off, I can relate to the other panelists. I'm not a tinkerer, but I can relate to your father and certainly what you're saying. So in Queen's Park, you're not allowed to use a prop, but I'll use a prop. And I think my telephone tells you a little bit about me. It's a BlackBerry. And I still have it. And so you're trying to get at what makes us tick. Why did we choose this as an area of interest? I've always believed growing up that if you can hold on to something, hold on to something. If you fix something, fix something. Don't create needless waste, needless garbage, constantly purchasing things that you don't need because it's a different color now. I have no idea. There's so many rationales as you're hit with the commercials and this push to constantly buy new things that you may or may not need. And I've always found that if we live in a capitalist system, it's contingent on competition. And so increasingly we see behaviors by big corporations, the OEMs, that sort of seem to be a little bit antitrust. You buy their project and a lot of their models are based on them repairing it for you over and over. And now we're seeing insidious things like batteries being put into the device you bought. I bought a microphone for the computer. It didn't have screws. So when it broke down, you couldn't open it. You had to smash it open with a hammer. And this is the type of thing that has always frustrated and bothered me. I really feel that this is something that needed changing. I became a New Democrat MPP 6 years ago. I sought out the consumer protection file because it's something I've always cared deeply about for many different reasons. In the last session of legislature, the right to repair bill, there was a right to repair bill that was tabled, and it didn't pass. The government did not support it. So I have reintroduced the bill, added to it. We talked about farming equipment that was added to it. And it's all about providing the manuals, the access to the software, and all sorts of methods to protect consumers who want to repair their own products and to bring them to small repair outlets so that they could do it affordably and fairly because after all, they paid for it. So that's what really got me interested in.
And we've had a couple of conversations just today about this issue of jurisdiction. Right? A lot of you mentioned, well, copyright manuals, that kind of issue. Maybe we're talking a little bit here about provincial jurisdiction. And Skylar just mentioned just a second ago that we here in London can't change how Apple makes their phones. And so this has been kind of a perennial challenge for the right to repair in terms of policy. So how do we deal with jurisdiction? So from your perspective, in each of your seats, be municipal, provincial, and federal, like how do you see your area having the most impact? Like what are the opportunities for you in policy development, the most impact in moving the right to repair forward? Start with whoever wants to go first.
Well, I just talked. Okay. I'm happy to talk again. I'm a politician.
You're first.
So as you know, and I mentioned, Bill 187 was tabled, and it will bring us up to a high standard in Ontario. There's definitely a lot that we can do with contracts. I know that a lot of the copyright laws and other areas exist at the federal level. So whereas they sort of would set the standards for the country, we would have the tools to do the enforcement, a lot of the things involving contracts. And as I mentioned, I do have a bill that's that if everyone supports, we would see a transformative change in Ontario.
Yeah, and I can kind of riff off that. So again, I think cross-jurisdictional conversations are required. So in the same way, in Ontario, it's moving forward with extended producer responsibility, which was a huge change for how we do recycling and waste collection. Essentially putting the onus on corporations that produce the waste have to be responsible for it at the end, and they have now a consortium that they pay into, and it took I think at least a decade to kind of put through. And I also don't know how it's going to end, so we'll see. Details to be determined, but something like that where it takes federal legislation about like what can be recycled, what can't, what kind of plastic can you use and produce, and then at the provincial level there's waste regulation rules, and then it's actually at the end of the day the municipality picks up your garbage or recycling and takes it to the landfill or recycling facility. So you can't do that with just conversations with one level of government. You have to have everyone sitting in the room and moving that forward. So I think this is the same requirement. You need to have all three levels having these discussions. But definitely at the local level, things that we can do is fostering behavior change. Again, we're, for example, responsible for recycling and garbage pickup. We just moved in London. It took us a while, but we finally have a green bin program. I'm sure wherever you guys are from, you've probably had it for a little while, but we just launched it this year. That is a very big behavior change for Londoners because they didn't have it before. And if they weren't composting in their backyard, they don't know what they can compost and how to keep the bin clean and how to keep it rodent proof. So we at the municipal level are responsible for that behavior change and providing education. Again, with right to repair, if there's new legislation, that's something that we can roll out at our level. Another thing is, again, having a local ecosystem. So understanding what the needs are with the Thing Library and the Repair Cafe, that was something that came from the community and wanted to move along, and they need some funding. So we were able to provide a bit of funding, of course, never enough. So my apologies for folks who are here from the cafe, and same with Sweet Wheel by Co-op. That's something that's community-led, but the municipality was able to provide a bit of funding for it. So I'd say at the local level, we really are the boots on the ground. So once, all the levels of government can move stuff along, we're most helpful, I think, in providing the high touch education that's needed to move it forward.
Patrick, I know maybe the question is easier for you to answer because we know where the impact is, right? There's something in the Senate right now, but beyond those two bills, like where do you see the federal government kind of having opportunity to have federal policy, I should say, having an opportunity to have a little bit?
Well, I think there is an ongoing, or there was a consultation that occurred recently, and I know my colleagues as part of ISED in a different branch are looking at the submissions and reviewing. definitely one of the commitments that we, in the copyright front, have made is that once these bills are amended, we're gonna go back, look at the Copyright Act further, see if there's anything else that needs to be done, and actually try to roll something out there. There's been an amendment recently to the Competition Act, Bill C-59, to deal with the refusal to deal, which I know you mentioned during your presentation. So there's I like to say that at the federal level, the main thing we can do is eliminate roadblocks that potentially some of our regimes, whether it's IP, whether it's competition law, might create to enable the provincial level and other levels to really take on the challenge and take it further. So but also I think we're going to be playing a role in probably just helping facilitate the discussion. Maybe, at some point, because if it creates divergent regimes across different provinces, maybe we can play a facilitator role to help harmonize some of those things. I think that's going to be the role of the federal government going forward on this. So we'll continue to monitor, and obviously there's always the possibility that there might be international standards down the line on repair at those levels, then that would be also a role for the federal government.
Excellent. Okay, and I guess this next question is similar, but the inverse. So sitting where you are and looking at the jurisdiction that you're working within, where do you see there being kind of the most barriers or impediments to kind of making the right to repair work in a meaningful way? In other words, where are you finding that there's challenges in giving effect to the right to repair? And can we think of those barriers as being mostly like legal, political, practical, technical? From your perspective, where do you see the biggest kind of like challenge in making the right to repair work for your level of coverage?
I mean, I think for us, like again, I'm not the government, but I personally have a lot of stakeholders that come to me, and stakeholders that have different positions, and there are legitimate concerns with opening things up, and I know here, but one example of a concern is repairing medical devices and ensuring that they are still meeting the certification levels that are required to maintain health and safety. I mean, this is an important consideration, and that needs to be factored in. And so, we always have, especially in intellectual property, we always have to balance a variety of interests, make sure that the protection is still there, while still enabling legitimate uses and balancing the interest of consumers who purchase these products and want to be able to do what they will with them. So I think, to me, it's a fascinating place to be, because we really get to hear all the different positions, and we have to basically try to work through everything and take everybody's position into account when we're providing advice up to the government. And yeah, it was reminding me of something, but I lost it. So we can go back.
I don't mind going second. Yeah, so I kind of see two main barriers. One, again, is at the local level, we can't tell a corporation, no, you can't sell your product in London because it won't be repaired. For example, I bought one of those inflatable Halloween decorations that is a jack-o'-lantern, and within 2 weeks, the fan stopped working. So it won't blow up and get big and just lays on my lawn. The light will go on, so there's electricity going to it. The fan thing doesn't turn on. So I'm gonna give it to my brother who's here, who's gonna fix it for me. But, I don't have that jurisdiction. So that would be, again, in my opinion, but who knows, at the federal level, it'd be great if they said, if your product dies in 2 weeks, you have to fix it or send a rebate or something. Like there should be some sort of recompense that as a consumer, and maybe it's provincial, I don't know. It could be either of you guys. I'm just passing the buck here.
Oh,
but somebody should be responsible for that. At the local level, I don't think it's us. But one of the things that I was talking about was the ecosystem we can create within the local level. So right now, most of the groups doing repair stuff are either small businesses, so I'm thinking of bike shops or car shops or that kind of stuff, or nonprofits. And again, for anyone who's worked in the nonprofit sector, you know that it's very volatile because you never know where your funding's coming from, and it's super hard to keep and retain either very well-trained volunteers or staff. And it's, you know, if it's not a priority, then funding and resources aren't allocated to it. So I think that being able to support those, so even having like, I think it'd be amazing. For example, we have our own transit commission, so London Transit Commission, they have mechanics. So obviously in that industry, it's seen as a value to have a staff person who can repair the buses. So they pay for people to do that. Unfortunately, you know, I don't think we have any like general repair person staff jobs at the city. But perhaps if we put a greater emphasis and value on having positions like that are funded, whether or not they're internal to the city or external to the city through nonprofits and community groups, I think that would work. But that intent is entirely a resourcing issue. So at the municipal level, we're responsible for 60% of the infrastructure, but we only get 10% of tax dollars. So it's very hard for us to be able to allocate resources effectively to things like this because we're paying for roads and sewers and your drinking water and garbage pickup and police. So, you know, this may not rise to the top of the pile, but I do think it is a resourcing issue that if we were more able to effectively financially resource it, we'd probably see a better ecosystem.
So what do you see as the big limitation, challenge, rental level, in your experience in making the right to repair come up? Okay, so I'm in the official opposition. So it's the government itself. Right? You know, it is a private member's bill that I've tabled. It has it is substantive, certainly substantive. And usually it is, I don't know what it's like at the federal level, but I find at the provincial level in the 6 years that I've been elected, the government usually will allow non-substantive bills, things around recognitions and sort of these types of motherhood issues that you cannot disagree with. But when it comes to substantive legislation like something like this, at best, it you know, it passes first reading. And then it's up to them. So first off, the government has to have a will to do it. Second of all, obviously the industries themselves are actively lobbying. And I know that I think the sentiment of the Ontario Conservative government is one that really listens to big business, and the bigger the business, the more they listen, right? And so what these big industries do, and as you can all imagine, is they come with a host of strategies. So these strategies will be, first they'll say, come on, it's unfair. The second part will be consumer safety. You know, like all of a sudden, if we allow information on how our program works that controls your car in a way that would help the mechanic, well then it'll just get stolen even easier. As if, you know, or the fact that we need to be able to sue the people that are actually modifying the program to fix your device so that we can get after criminals. And that's obviously nonsense because if you willingly bring a product to have it repaired versus someone stealing it are two very different things. And then the final thing is they'll threaten to pull out of the market. And let's be honest. I mean, in Ontario, we are the most, by population, largest province. There are millions and millions of people that I know that we are very, very difficult affordability. We're in an affordability crisis as it stands. But relative to the world stage, we have consumers that have the ability to purchase things, and often for things they may not need. But we have lots of individuals that have that purchasing power. And so to think that the industry would forego the Ontario, never mind the Canadian market, because we would be bringing in more stringent rules to give consumers the rights they deserve, I think that it's a bit of a stretch. But for whatever reason, some governments listen to that. You can come to your own reasons as to why they do. Listen when it comes to that. But that's ultimately the barrier. So it's the active resistance by the industry. And the final thing I want to say too, and this is true for all industries, they tend, although they compete for market share, they also sit at tables where they will form associations to fight for their own interests. So you'll see that in the case of auto insurance. I'm also the auto insurance critic in Ontario, but you'll see all the auto insurers, I think, as an example, will compete for market share. They want you to buy their policy, but then they have the IBC. And the Insurance Bureau of Canada will essentially advocate for what they collectively want and what collectively benefits the system. And the people that are the advocates for right to repair are aftermarket producers in many different areas. You have obviously intellectuals, professors, interested people, volunteers who see it as a hobby.
So what you are doing right now is imperative. It is absolutely imperative because you are facing industries, you are facing big players, and the ability for all of us collectively who want to see these rights to repair change have to work together on this important issue. And the final thing I want to say is that I have a consumer watchdog bill in the province of Ontario to bring in, if passed, a watchdog that would essentially be similar to what you have as the Auditor General when it comes to looking at government expenditures, but this would be an entity that would look at industries, industry-wide practices, make recommendations on changes to laws. And again, this is something they haven't supported. So that is I raise that because that's in the same vein of the importance of having individuals like yourselves, having someone that could go to bat for you and fight for you on this important issue.
So obviously there's opportunities within each of your jurisdictions to make some progress, but where are there opportunities for collaboration? And when I say where are there opportunities, I mean, can you imagine initiatives that don't exist currently that would help right to repair policy be more collaborative? So that's one area where I mean collaboration, but in other words, like in another sense, like where is it that the jurisdictions kind of overlap and maybe both or more than one level of government can kind of operate in tandem? So like broadly, where are there opportunities for collaboration?
I can go first because I haven't yet.
Yeah,
Sure. I think again, I kind of referenced it, but participating in roundtables to move this along. Like I'm not sure, I'm not aware if there is a tri-level government discussion about this issue happening, and I don't know who's invited to it, but I think having all levels to explain the limitations and all areas of success would be important. Again, at the municipal level, I think since we are the ones that probably engage the most with residents, like day to day, we probably have the ability to communicate the messaging. So if things change, we can explain that to the community. And another thing I was just considering when I was campaigning, I remember knocking on the door of this guy's house and he had a side hustle of repairing hockey sticks. But he technically wasn't allowed to, so he had a shop in his backyard, but he's zoned in a residential area, but he was running a business out of his backyard. And people are complaining, and usually, again, most bylaws are complaint driven because there's like loud machinery noises of him sanding these hockey sticks. So another area for us is trying to improve some of the zoning things, like weird little things like that. Like technically he was in the wrong, he shouldn't be doing it, but also who really cares if somebody's sanding hockey sticks in their backyard? So that's one of the areas I think that it's good for us to be aware of, is even some of our zoning in municipal level can prevent the right to repair from occurring, and looking at some of our own policies. So again, I think in collaboration with other levels of government, what are the policies that are blocking or causing barriers in making this move forward, and being able to identify those and solve them.
I think the barriers issue is the one that, at least from my point of view, is the key place where we will collaborate. And I know there's going to be ongoing conversations, I'm sure, with different levels of government to better understand the impact of the changes that we're about to have made. And then we'll see from there. Definitely, in the broader federal family, there are other areas that will be playing in the sphere. Environment, Climate Change Canada, Ag Canada, who have more natural ties with other levels of government, and who naturally, because these are more of a shared responsibility, so I'm sure they will take up some of this and work as collaboratively as possible with all levels of government.
Yeah, no, so first of all, I'm very excited to see where it goes. I know about the bills. In fact, I do collaborate a little bit with, I don't know if you all know Brian Massey, the member of Parliament. I know he's been someone very strong when it comes to consumer protection. And he tells me a little bit about what's happening. So obviously there's downstream effects if we're changing copyright laws and things like that. It will have effects on all of us in the province, and it only empowers us. I know that the municipality doesn't have a lot to do when it comes to this, so they do host repair clinics and whatnot. And I used to work with a counselor as well, so those things I welcome. Yeah, but I hear that. But ultimately, it's these roundtables, but at the end of the day, all levels of government, politicians will ultimately do what's popular. And if enough people want something, And it's, well, I wanna say reasonable, but then I've questioned many decisions. But realistically, if kids want something, then it can happen. And if we join the right to repair movement and really give it wings, I know that if you look at the EU, there's so much, even in Quebec, in the province of Quebec, I've learned that there are things happening there that could, you know, they're eating a lunch here, they're eating our lunch here in Ontario, right? And the same thing, if you look at the EU, in so many different ways, they have far more, you know, a lot more consumer protection in many different areas than we do. And I think if members of the public understand that, it gives power to us at all levels of government to be able to then take on the industries themselves, because there is a drive. And that being said, consumers do have power when it comes to purchasing as well, because ultimately the people who produce these things, if there's a desire of the public to want certain products, they'll be sold because that's the way to make money. So, but ultimately there needs to be more collaboration. And I do think that obviously at the provincial level, we're going to be waiting to change the entire framework. And that will make a difference for all of us.
Make more collaboration happen between the three levels of government. Is it more events like this? Is there some other effort that needs to take place to get policymakers at three levels to speak with one another?
I mean, I would say yes. So I think the best ones are when, in my opinion, there's like a group that essentially does a very strong advocacy campaign with a specific ask. So I'm just thinking of, for example, I met with earlier this week somebody who is part of Disability Without Poverty. And it's a group of people who are on ODSP in Ontario, but then across Canada on whatever their provincial version of that is, pushing for, I think it's a federal bill in regards to a disability benefit. And so they're trying to, and they engage with me, which I'm like, well, technically disability is a provincial issue, not a municipal. Like, I know, but I want you to understand what we're doing. But if you could pass it to your municipal council and send it to the province saying you support this, and then they send it to the federal government, so that essentially we're all singing from the same choir book. That I think is the most impactful, because we only know like most of the time what we're responsible for and don't totally understand how to influence the other areas. So it is best when there is some sort of, in my opinion, non-governmental group that has a specific ask that they want to move along. They educate the politicians, they educate the staff, they educate the community, and then all of a sudden I feel like people, it starts to fall together. So that's in my ideal world, but it's kind of passing the buck in a little way. Otherwise, having these kinds of conversations is important, but you know, I'm usually busy focused on my ward issues and then citywide issues. So for me to set up a discussion with, you know, MPPs and MPs from across Canada is unlikely to happen from my level. Although it would be really impressive if we were to do that. Yeah, you guys will come, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there is politics, right, that gets involved. And I question a lot of the decisions that are made by the government. I mean, they literally reduced the number of seats in Toronto in the midst of an election. And I really don't know how much consultation happened when that occurred. But you know, there obviously is a lot of money that goes provincially and federally, and as well as from the province to the municipalities and vice versa. And so there are conversations that are happening. With regards to this, it is not something outside of the opposition that we're really hearing anything about at the provincial level. The fact that these bills may change, and that will have I think, a big downstream effect. Then all of a sudden, I think a lot of questions will be asked, and we might start to see changes. And at that point, I suspect you would see or I would hope you would see that the different ministries at a different level would start communicating. Of course, we're potentially facing elections, and that obviously calls into question a lot of things. So really, there does have to be a lot more communication. And I know that we all seem to be, especially as like, we're focused on the issues that are at hand. And there's way more issues than we have time to even resolve or fix, way more fights than we can pick. So I do think that there is the possibility for feds and other levels of government to get together and have those conversations. And I'm certainly going to be seeking those conversations out when the bill when they all receive Royal Assent. So it'll have big changes. I'm looking forward.
I can't speak to the political aspects of this and how the different levels of government want to interact. All I can say is from a public sector point of view, we are always open to having stakeholders and NGOs come and talk to us. I know I meet with everybody, and that's how we get educated about some of the issues that people face. And then when we are asked to provide advice, we are then like able to provide informed advice.
Well, most of us here today are not in sort of a policy-making position. I use the term policy-making broad sense, right? Both those who are elected and who are people who are not. But how can folks who really care about the right to repair advocating for it either as part of an NGO or as part of a grassroots initiative or as part of an industry group, like how can these players in the whole system be helpful for the policymaking process? Like how can we channel that energy in a way that's actually productive to developing good policy?
From the public sector point of view at the federal level, evidence. Come and see us, tell us about it. Like the more evidence we have, the more we hear from people, then we're able to provide the advice when the time is right, and it's informed advice and it's justifiable. So
I was gonna say, so kind of riffing off my last one, but there are many people a lot smarter than myself and other politicians. No offense, but I'm just leaving this little guy. So they're experts in this area where you're probably great at it. But they're experts in this specific area that actually know what the solutions would be. And I feel like having people who know what needs to get done, tell me what needs to get done, to your point, and being armed with that information is how to make good policy. I forgot to mention, so I also sit on a national board called the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. So at the federal level, it's a group of elected municipal officials, and then we meet regularly to discuss issues that are happening across municipalities, and then we lobby the federal government to make changes. There's also one called AMO, which is at the municipal level, and then lobbies the provincial governments to make changes. So that's another place where we kind of operate through resolutions. If a resolution is brought forward and it's approved and it's got a specific ask of the federal government or for the provincial government, then that can move forward, and that kind of again works its way. It goes usually from like a resolution, and then eventually, if we can find support for it, it'll work its way into a budget or into a policy statement. So a lot of this is we're all here looking for solutions. So if somebody has a good idea of what a policy should be and comes and tells us, usually we'll be pretty supportive if it makes sense. So if there are any groups that exist that talk about solutions and have a resolution, that is one that works. And even at the municipal level, like I'll share with our council saying, you know, be it resolved that the City of London endorses this or wants this to be forwarded to provincial department. And then I send it to people on other councillors or other councils like St. Catharines, Chatham, Kent, Windsor, and say, can you also pass this resolution? So to your point earlier, there's like our priorities right now at the municipal level really are housing, homelessness, and affordability. And if we can move anything forward on any other file, it's great. But we're so focused on the three that there's not a lot of time for us to spend looking for solutions. So we just like them to appear. So if you guys have policy solutions you think would make sense, come talk to us because we can help stick handle it. But we need people with the good answers.
Okay, so.
Did I insult you 3 times in the last one? Sorry.
No, just try it. Actually, not at all. So first of all, I do want to give a couple caveats. So first of all, Patrick will be evidence-based in terms of the information and decisions he makes. Politicians, you know. So I'm actually surprised to see what's happening at the federal level, just because of how powerful the lobby to protect their software and their parts and everything is. I was actually very surprised to see how far it's gone. So I'm very happy about that. And that, you know, I'm sure you've had a big role in that as well. But ultimately, it's the political decisions. And ultimately, it is a very, I would say, top-down approach. So if I'm in the provincial level of government, but municipalities are corporations of the province. And so municipalities, school boards, as an example, if they don't pass the budget based on the money they get from the ministry, they can actually appoint, they can put them in receivership essentially. They can appoint someone to make all the decisions for them. And so it is very top down. I certainly know that it is provincially towards municipalities. I Don't know how much, I mean, in many ways, it certainly is federally versus the provincial governments, but I do think they do have more autonomy relative to municipalities within a province. So it really does in many ways often start from the top and work its way down. But your question is, how could essentially the people in this room achieve their goals, right? And so that is an organizing question. What you are doing today is that having double the people in the room, triple, quadruple, 10 times, 100 times, the more people you can add to this movement, the more that they're willing to share, talk, push, write about it, research, the more that they are, then the more you will see change, because the right to repair is an affordability issue. The fact that we are literally buying and throwing away things all the time, not being able to repair it, you purchase something at a certain cost, and then the repair cost to fix a minor component. I wanted to fix something in the AC broke down in my car, and I'm so stubborn that I refuse to repair it because I can't get the part because I'd have to buy an entire module. And I'm angry, so I'm driving around in a hot car because I, on principle, refuse to be treated like that. And so, really, and so, if individuals like yourselves gather and start to say, this is an affordability issue, this is an environmental issue because we are just swimming in garbage on products we may or may not need, and this is, so how do you do it? You do it by gathering, you do it by putting it out. We live in a time of social media and almost instantaneous contact. There are many different ways to change the culture we live in. So what we require is a change in culture. And if there is a change in culture here, that if you are able to do that by adding your voices, your power, your strength, and your numbers to this growing right to repair movement, that the aftermarket industry continues to be innovative and find ways to make a compelling choice as to why you should go and repair with them, rather than go and get gouged by the person that you bought the product from in the first place. These are the ways that I think it's going to require organizing, togetherness, and ultimately a change in culture through advertising and other types of advocacy.
I want to make sure that folks have lots of time to ask questions, because I'm sure that people will, but I just do want to ask a follow-up to this, which is, I think you've all kind of indicated one way or another that what's needed here is some combination of collective action and good evidence, depending on who it is that you're speaking to and trying to get policy developed. How do you, your seats, distinguish between good collective action and good policy, and kind of bad collective action and bad policy? And what I mean by that is, by good and bad, is reliable and unreliable, or persuasive and unpersuasive. Is there a way that you can, often you might be faced with folks who are trying to persuade you towards their direction on the right to repair that, as you mentioned, Skylar, you're busy with very pressing, urgent concern. And I guess what's on your radar for detecting whether what's being is on the basis that we're going to head towards good policy, or maybe is pushing us in the wrong direction?
You just have the bad, I'd say, depends on where it comes from. So if it's from, a corporate lobbyist versus a community member, I will weigh that very differently, and likely want to pursue the community members' interests a little bit more. But of course, you can't discount everyone because of ripple effects. If you make a policy change and then all of a sudden all these corporations can't produce their product and it's, let's say, a life-saving medical device, you don't want to do that either. So I think it depends on that. I think it's a lot of relationship-based information. So again, I'm part of, there's Clean Air Partnership, which is a provincial group in Ontario, and they hold monthly calls with elected officials. So I really trust the information that they give me, and I trust that it's come from sources, and I'll read through their reports. And another group is Ontario Clean Air Alliance, which is another nonprofit, and they were instrumental in phasing out coal-based plants. And then now they're trying to deal with the gas powered plants in Ontario. And so a lot of their information I get, and I can tell it's been researched. And of course it comes from a biased perspective. Like they have a specific agenda that they're moving forward. And I'm aware of that. Everyone has bias in this room for something. So I would say, like, you have to be thoughtful and careful, but a lot of the information is there. And again, I base it on people that I trust, so. And residents, again, I find with residents too, they kind of bring you the frontline concern. And then you go and try and find information from, you know, academia or nonprofit experts or from corporations even, and then you bring all of those voices together and try to.
I have a great team that helps do research, that helps evaluate different submissions that come to us. And I know I have people who in this room who have, you know, met with us, and I'm in a fortunate position where we challenge, ask and probe deeper. And so I've been known to challenge and actually ask some of the difficult questions and raise counter arguments and ask how they react to that. And so if that's in my role, that's towards a quest towards being able to provide that advice. And so I think for me, in a weird way, it might be easier than for somebody who needs to, you know, be a little more sensitive. So that's how I go about it, is simply ask the questions and ask for more evidence. And I'm always looking for that evidence. And if people are going to make statements, and then I'm going to ask for like proof to back that up. And in some cases, if it's not going to be something that we can do within our group, I'll try to find the right people and direct people to the appropriate experts.
So, I come from a science background in terms of my education. And so one of the things that I actually prefer, probably one of the greatest gifts about my role as a member of provincial parliament, is actually the interaction with stakeholders. Because I can't think of a job in the world where you could gain so much general knowledge on everything. And I've learned nothing. But then being a politician. And I love having those meetings, and as was said, I do love to ask the hard questions. It is very complicated to determine when you're dealing with the boy who cried wolf and when you're not, because people come at you with their own interests, and you know, a lot of politicians will give. We all have different, I guess, strategies and models in which we interact, and some will give you limited time, and they'll be checking their watch during the conversation, and then they'll move you on. And I don't really know what that information is being done. I don't know if it's to just give the stakeholder, hey, look, I had some ear time. But when I have these type of conversations, I know that no matter who they are, it doesn't matter if they're a lone constituent or a giant industry, people are always advocating for their self-interest. Some less so than others, and some ask for things that are not right or appropriate, and some are things that are very just to ask for. So if you're asking, how do you know when and what to do? I mean, it really depends on the situation. But what helps me the most is, aside from the residents that we help on a daily basis, but when I talk to individuals representing groups of individuals or ideas, the best thing that I think we can do is seek out individuals that you believe are fighting or asking for something that is just, that is right, and it isn't, you know, overwhelmingly selfish, that it is something that is for the common good, to ensure that the person who is asking for it, in fact, is an expert or knows what they're talking about and isn't overpromising in terms of their own knowledge or the result of what to do, and then find the best way to make a decision. You know, like a president has their joint chiefs of staff. They're not a general, they're not a doctor, perhaps, they're not any of these things, and yet they have to make the final call based on the information they're getting. And so it's not easy if you are trying to do your job right. But if you seek out and surround yourself with good people who are intelligent and principled, then it is the easiest way to choose the best course of action.
Thank you all for that. And, let's give a little applause to their applause. I'm sure that folks have questions, and so maybe what we'll do now is take the rest of the time to kind of field questions for. And the questions can be directed at all three or just one. You can choose.
Yeah, so I have a question, this kind of ties into the last presentation with JF. And it's gonna be a US example, but it'll be tied back into Canada. Is that in Massachusetts, there was the data access law, which presented essentially how to access telematic information from vehicles. Then the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration at the federal level came in under the Pete Buttigieg as the director, essentially prevented it from moving forward. And then Elizabeth Warren and Ed Markey, who were representatives from the state, sent the skating letter back saying like, look, this is jurisdictional differences. Like you shouldn't be doing this. The federal government ended up moving back on their position. And but through like some of the research that I've done is that I saw that there's a connection also between the person that sent the letter, that signed off on the letter, also worked at the same also worked for the law firm that actually represented the auto manufacturers that actually was suing the state of Massachusetts, which is a form of regulatory capture, and regulatory capture is seen in so many different facets. So I was wondering from a Canadian standpoint, the two questions I would ask is, what's the friction that you sometimes see between the jurisdictions, and are there examples of regulatory capture that you know that kind of impede right to repair access in Canada?
So I'm the chair of public accounts in Ontario, and so that's a neutral role. And all of the delegated authorities in Ontario fall, answer to the Auditor General. So regulatory capture as it pertains to repair. So I believe that there is capture in most, if not, I will just say probably a good number of the delegated authorities. We saw that there was significant reform. Does anyone know what Tarion is? The home warranty provider. So in the last session of government, the government of Ontario obviously was the regulator and the home warranty provider for a new home purchase. And then they tore them in two. And there has been lots of criticism about the regulatory capture. The regulator would host a big builder dinner every year and pay. I know it must exist. I have heard, I've been undertaking consultations on change to telecom in Canada. And I heard all sorts of things and, suggestions about what the CRTC really is about and who runs it. Although apparently I've heard there's some really positive change. So is there capture? Certainly, every time you create a board, there's always going to be, well, who are the experts? And then after the experts are the individuals who are part of that industry itself. And then of course, they're going to want to continue in many cases to advocate for status quo or for things from their perspective and not certainly consumer protection often. So I agree. I want to see more consumer protection participation. And the final thing, this long-winded answer, is that it's not really capture in the sense that the industry will probably make it very clear to the government what they want. And as I had said before, they will say it from a safety perspective, from a fairness and fairness to business perspective. And that if you don't do what we say, it's curtailing innovation and ultimately the threat of harm by pulling out, doing all sorts of things. So there is certainly capture that exists in different areas that you can imagine. And some of it is very overt. Some of it is just, a product of people's experiences and their own personal beliefs. And the final is that the industries will really advocate and push on governments to say, do what we say for a number of reasons. That kind of captures, ironically, what reason.
Some more questions from the audience? Up here, yeah. So, all right, I ate too much lunch. Okay. We heard a little bit at the beginning about what we're hoping to see soon. It's a carve out for repair on CPM protections of the Copyright Act, and that's working its way through right now. My question is about tools for circumvention and how, as far as I understand it, we still have a blanket ban on both production and importing tools. So even if we have even if we end up with on the books an exception that says you're allowed to circumvent, how could anyone in practice actually do that? Is that a thing that's being talked about or thought about at the federal level?
It's definitely something that we considered, but it is ultimately we have trade agreements that limit what we can and are not permitted to do when it comes to technological protection measures. And we needed to have a Canadian regime that respects all of our international commitments. That's not to say that down the line those might not change, but I think this is where evidence helps, because evidence doesn't only help when we're providing advice to decision makers, but also when we're engaged in international negotiations. And if we can bring advice to bear, then we're able to change the status quo.
Thanks. So I want to thank all the panelists for your efforts. It's very inspiring and keep up the good work. I wanted to come back to something related to safety. I'm in medical technology, and I think, Patrick, you mentioned this issue that safety particularly comes up in that regard, which I understand. But I'm appreciating being in this meeting that it's good to have a cohesive look at it, because we heard a lot about automotive today, and there's safety issues in automotive. A technician's allowed to change your brakes, and of course, if you don't do that properly, your car could crash into a school bus. And yet those issues have all been worked through, and third-party mechanics are allowed to fix my car. So I wonder, I worry that there's an attempt by other groups to sort of divide and conquer by taking sectors and saying, oh, well, look, but in medical it won't be safe, and in reality the same issues apply everywhere. I mean, it's been handled in aviation. I don't think Boeing comes to each airport and fixes the planes. It's handled by certified. So does that come up in discussions, or?
It has absolutely come up in the discussions around the amendments to the Copyright Act. At the end of the day, our answer is that if we're talking about, in many cases, we're discussing regulated industries.
Yes.
Where the products themselves have to be regulated in order to be sold in Canada. And we believe that it makes much more sense that if there needs to be regulations about who and how they can be repaired, that be handled as part of that vertical and that specific regulatory framework for that class of products, rather than through a general marketplace framework such as copyright.
Which would probably be consistent with aviation. And,
that's right.
And automotive.
If I could add an example to that. So in London, there's a group called Roll Up. I don't know if you guys have heard of it, but it started actually as a bunch of Ivy students, and now it's part of the Enactus Western program, which is like an entrepreneurial program. And what they're doing is they're getting wheelchairs, walkers, canes donated to them, and then they would take it to Goodwill and they'd pay people to repair them. And then they'd have to get recertified because it's a medical device, and so they couldn't just like hand them out. They had to actually go through that process. But now they're selling them for like 95% less than a new one would cost. Like a wheelchair would be $1,500, and now I think they're selling them for like 100, 150. So I think, to your point, if you drill down to the specific product, you're able to take it through that process and get, you have to probably jump through some hoops depending on what it is, and they don't do motorized ones, they just do kind of more manual. But it
qualified for what they do to certify them. Yeah.
Dude, and this is the boy who cried wolf thing again, right? Where the industries will say, you can't trust anyone else but us to fix it, and pay our exorbitant rate to do so, or that part needs to come from us, can't come from anywhere else, and again, pay the exorbitant rate to purchase it. So it's, it's doable. Yeah, but it's doable for sure. Question over here?
Yeah, this I think follows pretty well on that. So municipally in London, Ontario, the city collects e-waste, and you can bring your small electronics to a depot. They also collect, similarly, old bicycles. The bicycles are redistributed to nonprofits and then given to community members, the ones that are usable. The e-waste, I don't know what happens. I'm assuming that doesn't happen, I'm wondering if potentially, and sort of program policy, but if, you know, maybe not a laptop, that's different, but like an old microwave or a TV could be given to a nonprofit or a small business and resold instead of recycled.
I don't see why not. I feel like as long as there's a nonprofit who wanted to make them and repair them and then resell them, why not? I don't know. I don't know if there's then legislation about giving e-waste to the next person, because there's some waste legislation where you can't like give it away unless you're certified or you have waste handling certification. So I'm not good at answering that, but I don't see why not.
Could be your same issue of recertification, like there might have to be someone in the organization that was qualified to say that it was still electrically safe and properly grounded or something.
Any more questions? Okay.
I want to, I'll continue a bit on that same question we heard a little bit, but it goes about the consultations to various stakeholders and public servants and politicians in having an open door policy to speak to all the different stakeholders. But isn't there is a inherent bias from the fact that when we think about industry, and we learned this morning, 99% of businesses are small businesses that are likely to be less organized, structured, to properly advocate in a way that meets the requirement of public servants and politicians to convey that information. Isn't there a bias that comes from having essentially very large enterprises overpowering public servants and politicians with messaging that seems valid but may not be representative of the overall picture?
I think from my point of view, that's why we do our own research. At the end of the day, and also why I'm here. Like, we're participating, this is part of our evidence gathering and hearing those different voices that might not come to my door, but that are still important to hear. So I think it's at least from a public sector point of view, I think it's incumbent on us to actually go out and represent those who don't necessarily have that same voice and who are not organized to produce it. So there's times where I think we have an obligation to go out and seek that out as opposed to having it put on us.
I would just like to thank the speakers first, and also I want to ask a question about what do you think could be a good way for research area to fit into all of this? Like, for example, let's say there's a contention about the repair of something in a specific field, and there's a researcher who can, by doing the technical research aspect of it, prove that it's safe to repair and it's possible for individual to repair. How could that researcher bring that research out into the policy area easily so that it can get to you guys much more easily?
Can you give like an example? Just make something up. Yeah, we're not like.
An example would be, let's say there's a phone manufacturer that says, no, you can't replace this specific part because of safety issues, but then, or because of, you need that specific part from us. But let's say there is a researcher who can come up with another device, electronic device, very similar to what the company is saying that they are the only one who can provide, and show that by putting it in the phone, it will still work the same with the same safety requirements.
Okay, so I mean, I think the only thing that I could think of politically is that we're ultimately changing laws so that this can actually occur. And I know that what's happening at the federal level might allow for that. The ability to bypass these digital locks and all the sorts of different things that are occurring. But beyond that, I mean, I don't really know, like if a level of government is procuring or purchasing things, and I mean, I guess they could be obviously more open-minded in terms of the purchasing power they have. But I think it's really, at least from my perspective and my standpoint, it's We just have to create the best proper laws so that consumers have the most protection and they have the most choice. The system be fair for all sides.
And I will add to that if I can, but so I would say, I follow some academics, I'm not in the field of academia, but there are some researchers I think that do a really good job of taking their research and then making it consumable for general population. I'll give 2 examples. So Dave Meslin, he is he's from Toronto, but he does like a healthy democracy work. And so he's done research on it and he's done like practical community engagement, but then he's created a podcast, 6 YouTube episodes and like very digestible content. Same with Mike Moffat. He's a housing researcher, but he creates his content to be like digestible to non-academic audiences. So I don't have a good answer to like what specific research question could be pursued, because I think there could be many, but I will say that anytime academia wants to bridge over, they need to make content digestible for non-academic audiences. And I think that's pretty.
I think that answers my question.
Yeah, make it YouTube, podcast, website, blog, digest, you know what I mean? Make it small, not 1,000-page essays.
So just publishing it in the academic realm is not enough. It needs to come, we need to find a way to bring it out of that to make it digestible to the wider audience.
Unless you have, I just wanna, you know, like, so it's, so the bureaucracy and the politicians exist in a, I mean, we work together, although being in the opposition in Ontario, we have very limited access to the ministry and certainly no ability to tell them anything or what to do. I mean, we are being ripped into little shreds and pulled apart, you know, in terms of the amount of things that we need to be reading and learning. It's sort of an endless stream of information and like warring opinions and everything you can imagine. And individuals tend to go out there and they specialize in life and they learn opt-in about something and then they learn it such that they know way more than anyone else in the field. And then there's a small group of individuals that can exchange ideas and be at that expert level on that particular thing. And then you have politicians that are generalists, even those who might be in a critic portfolio or a ministry will have to rely very heavily and lean on their own experts, thereby their own researchers, the ministries themselves. So how do you capture the attention, let's say, of the bureaucracy? I guess if, you know, I must hope that.
I love that ringtone.
Okay. So normally I could power through that, but that's such a.
What bird is it?
Yeah, I don't even know. Where am I? So, you know, I'm assuming the researchers are constantly putting out there, there'll be consultations, so they'll be saying, hey, look, we're interested in doing something on this, and then experts and you know, idea makers will go and share that. But for politicians out of the blue, you know, we get approached by people constantly saying, stop war on earth. Yeah, I'm gonna solve all those things. It often says, give me money.
Yeah.
It's usually that, but the point is, if you do make something, as she said, digestible, in layman's terms, and then allow an interested party to then delve deeper, I think that is kind of the best way. But it is really information overload for us in terms of what we're getting.
1 page. If you can get your thing to 1 page, you might get it through.
No caps lock.
No all caps.
Yeah, no.
I know there's probably a million more questions in the audience, but we do have to wrap up and move to our coffee break and demo session. So I apologize for making short. You will have an opportunity to speak with all of these folks over coffee. So outside we have Stop for Freedom Conservancy, London Cycle Lake, Squeaky Wheel, Canadian Repair Stories Project, providing some coffee entertainment for you. But I just want to quickly thank Skylar and Tom for your perspective on all this. Great. Thank you. All right, welcome back everyone for our final panel of the day, focusing on social values and empowerment through repair. So our panel, this panel we have Denver Gingerich from the Software Freedom Conservancy, Kevin Taylor from the Canadian Medical and Biological Engineering Society, and Alissa Centivany from yours truly right here, Western University. And each of these speakers is going to speak to us a little bit about one of those aspects of the right to repair that is very important, that kind of underlies the whole movement, and that is, you know, the importance of sharing knowledge and information with people as a way of bringing people together. So we'll kick it off with Denver's talk, and then we'll have questions following all speakers once they've wrapped up.
So the piece that I'm going to be talking about is software right to repair. And since I haven't seen it discussed much publicly, I'm going to do an introduction to software right to repair. So the top says about me. I'm Denver Gingerich. This is my website. I'm the Director of Compliance at Software Freedom Conservancy, which is a nonprofit that works to promote software rights. And one of those is the right to repair. I also work on JMP, which gives you freedom for your phone number, and it also works in software freedom, but I will be talking mainly about my conservancy work today. Right, so this is a summary of right to repair. And so repair, according to one definition, is to restore to good working order, to fix or improve a damaged condition. And along with repair, we'll often see maintenance and maintainability used. And so this is the ease with the product can be maintained to, among other things, meet the requirements and cope with the changing environment. So a little bit different in characteristic from repair, but we can see we're in good company here because Bill C-244, which we discussed a little bit today, actually mentions both of these two things as the thing that it is trying to protect. So then the right part of right to repair, and that is a guarantee that each person can achieve this. And in this case, that is repair. And that doesn't necessarily mean they can achieve it on their own, but they have the right to be able to achieve it if they have the necessary skills or can coordinate with someone else to do that. Notably, especially from this definition of maintainability, repair must be adaptable. That is to say, it is insufficient to just bring the device back to whatever state it was in before. It must be able to adapt to changing environments. So that is a part of repair that I think is very important, which we'll get into right now. So this at the top says, roughly speaking, how software correlates to this hardware right to repair definition. And so importantly, software is a little bit different. Software does not decay. A given piece of software is always the same. It doesn't get worse over time. However, the environment that it works in does change over time. And so the software must adapt to that changing environment. And as an example, software contains a lot of faults. And we don't know about all of these faults when the software is released, but we find them over time. And one of those faults is security vulnerabilities. And so in order for the software to keep operating as intended over time, the faults need to be repaired. And so this is what I'm talking about here. And this is very important because often companies stop releasing fixes for these, which I'll get into more later. There are also new requirements and new use cases that people have to be aware of, and that software has to be able to adapt and to meet. And so those are important parts of repairability and maintainability for software. And importantly, this is how repair has always been. Since the beginning of time, we've been able to do these things. They've been an essential part of repair. So at the top, it says a brief history of right to repair, and an example that I'm going to show you soon here to demonstrate this. In the beginning, everything was bespoke. For example, you have this here. It doesn't actually have any spokes, but it is bespoke. Anyway, so this is a wooden wheel. You can see if you were to repair this, it would not be the same as it was before. You just can't make it the same as it was. And so you've always had to have this adaptability as part of the technology that you create. And that repair and maintenance was there by default, importantly. So when industrialization came along, things got a little bit trickier. Technology became less malleable. you couldn't make new things as easily to replace the things that you had because they required a substantial means of production. So here's an example, means of production. This is a steam engine factory in Germany in the 1800s. And you can see this is quite difficult to replicate at home. So that was an important thing that happened, is that these things were much harder to do. Now, we had a lucky break in the 1970s when microcomputers were released, and microcomputers came with software. And so you could change what was on your device, and that was a really cool thing. So this is an example microcomputer from that time. This is the Altair 8800, one of the most popular ones, although not the first. And a lot of people use that to make software. It was very cool. You could use these 8 switches, 8 of the 16 switches, to input things 1 byte at a time. So very fast user input interface there. But it was the best we had, and so people used it. However, there was an issue. Who could make the changes to the software? By default, software is very malleable, and it's easy to make changes from a technical level. But people do need the skill, and they also need the ability to make those changes. Now, in the early 1970s through the early 1980s, the default was to share the software. And in fact, at the time, it was unclear if software was copyrightable at all. And so you would just share the software and you would share the source code, and even companies would do this because they sold the hardware. So why did they need to sell software? And that was just what they did. But things started to change. Some artificial restrictions started to appear, and that is the world we're mostly living in today. So I will explain, and this is a brief history of software right to repair. Which I initially labeled History of Software Freedom, and then I changed the title to Adapt It, because I think that right to repair captures a lot of what we're doing a lot better than that. So it started with a printer in the 1980s, and this is the actual printer. I confirmed with people close to the situation in the free software movement that started this all. Very nice looking printer, also very big, and so you wouldn't have a lot of these. There would be many rooms that would print to this one printer. So a bunch of people who were at a university, they were all using this printer at their university, and sometimes you can see that screen on top there. It would show, or maybe it was behind it. Anyway, there was a place that you would see error messages. So you would send a document to be printed, and then an error would show up. And you didn't know why it didn't print, so you had to walk over there and you had to clear this error. And it was benign, it didn't mean there was anything wrong, but you had to do this every time. And so the people who were discovering this, they thought, okay, well, no problem. I will just ask the company for the source code and I can go fix it. And so they asked the company for the source code, and the company said no. Also, we're not going to fix it. And so they were very frustrated by this, and they thought, well, what can we do about this? And there are a lot of ways they could have done it. They could have tried to use legislation or something else, but they thought, well, we're software developers. We can just write software from scratch that replaces all of this software. And so that's what they did. They started working on the free software movement, which we call today the software freedom movement, because it makes it more clear what free is referring to in the phrase. And they started building a lot of software. And what they did was they applied a new software agreement to this software. And it is commonly called free and open source software license. And one type of that is a software right to repair license, which means that when you distribute the software to other people, you also have to distribute the source code to that software, which is the repair information for that software. So they built all of this software and put these software right to repair agreements onto it. And it really took off because The software was very useful. People really wanted to work on it because they knew that the software that they were writing would be passed on to other people and they would be able to repair and fix it. And businesses liked this too, because they could get all the source code for all of these people doing effectively free labor for them. So they thought this is great. And so it became a big success. And one of the programs that became really successful from this, among many other programs, was Linux. And Linux is released under the general public license, which is one of these software right to repair licenses. And so it made a big change to how we develop our devices. In fact, nearly all devices that we have now have software right to repair built in. So you can, according to the software agreement used in these devices, repair the software in these devices because most of them run Linux. So for example, most new clothes washers, refrigerators, clothes dryers, dishwashers, light bulbs, and other things like TVs and cars, they run Linux. And, you know, I'm talking about those light bulbs that are Wi-Fi and stuff. Anyway, so the point is that things are running Linux today, and you can change the software on them according to these agreements. And you might be wondering, well, why can't I actually do that? Or why haven't I heard more about this? Well, it turns out that the companies thought, well, we really love this, but we just don't want to show people how to change any of the software. And so they violated that part of the software agreements. And they refused to pass on the source code for this software when they distributed the devices, even though they had received all of those freedoms themselves. They had received all of this source code when they started to use them. And so that's a big problem. Now, the other thing they refused to do is even tell people that they were using these software right to repair licenses. And that is required by these agreements as well. You have to tell people that they have the right to the source code, and they didn't even tell people about that. So another big problem. And there's a huge power imbalance. So these companies often have many billions of dollars, and individual consumers usually do not. And so when you want to sue a big company, you can see which way it's usually going to go. And so as a result, enforcement has been done largely by nonprofits like Software Freedom Conservancy, but we don't exactly have billions of dollars either. Conservancy is less than 10 employees, but we do our best. And so that is the current state of things. Now, what that says at the top, what legal mechanisms do we use to do this? So there are a few different mechanisms. So one is copyright. So these software agreements work under copyright, which means that if a company chooses not to follow the agreement, then you can sue them for copyright infringement. And then they have to argue the license back to you saying, no, actually, you know, we're following all of these terms in the agreement. So that's one way to enforce. The other is through contract. So these agreements are contracts between the distributor of the software and the person distributing it, or the company, maybe putting it on a TV or whatever. And so you can sue them for breach of contract. And in fact, Software Freedom Conservancy is suing Vizio, the TV manufacturer, right now under a contract claim. And we have stated that we purchased a TV, which we did. We did not find complete corresponding source code, that is the complete repair information along with it. And so as a third-party beneficiary of the license, we are suing them in order to get this. And so that's the third-party beneficiary is fairly well discussed, well litigated in general. And so that is what we're doing here in order to ensure that people who receive the software can get the source code for it, not just the developers who wrote it originally. Then there's also other ways you can do it through warranty claims. This is popular in places like Germany or other places. And so you can say, if the company did say they would send you source code and then they didn't, you can say, well, that's you violated the warranted statement that you made. And interestingly, so far, the software right to repair movement has not really used legislation like on its own. It's used these software agreements through these other pieces of existing legislation in various countries. And this is very different from hardware right to repair, which through my experience so far appears to use mainly legislation in different countries, states, provinces, in order to advance the field. So this is very interesting, and I think we can learn a lot from each other. Now, one of the big benefits of software right to repair is that it reduces waste through exceptional longevity. So most devices that we get today are relatively durable, and as a lot of you are working on, we are able to fix them a lot more easily, the hardware on them. So a lot of times what happens is that the software just becomes unusable because it has too many security vulnerabilities. And the manufacturer says, well, I would like you to buy a new phone, so I'm not going to keep updating it. It's just not in my commercial interest to keep paying money to support these old phones. But that's okay, because we can install alternate operating systems onto these devices. That is, the same thing that the company sent you, but made improved by other individuals. And so you can see here, the red just means that it's not supported anymore. The green means it is still supported. So you can see for all of these devices here, Google or Samsung, and of course there are many other manufacturers. I was just picking popular brands here. They don't support any of these devices anymore. If you use them, they could have security vulnerabilities, and they're really not safe to put your data on. But if you install Lineage OS on these phones, they will still run with all of the latest security updates. And you can see some of them as old as 8 years still run fine today with software updates. So you can continue to use those devices even though the manufacturer is refusing to support them anymore. So that, I think, is a huge benefit here. Now, what are some of the other benefits? So we've talked about security a lot. There's also the privacy benefit. So I'm going to just give you some numbers here to think about to kind of maybe illustrate this a little bit. So you may understand we're quite interested in what Vizio is doing. So we did some research and found out that in the year 2022, Vizio made $15 million in profit from selling TVs. So you might expect that. They're a TV manufacturer. That's how they make profit. So we looked a little bit further. We found they made an additional $300 million. That is 20 times more from what?
Licensing software.
That would be very interesting. They made that through software, but not by selling software. It was something the software did. The software sold your user data to them. So it gave all of this data to Vizio, and then Vizio went off and sold it to a bunch of companies who are interested in finding it out. So as you can see, Vizio is barely a TV company. They're a data selling company. And this is what you can find in their financial statements. So this is one way that we can get our privacy back, is by installing the software that we control onto these devices, which are intended to allow us to do that anyway, because Vizio chose to use software with these software agreements in it. And so they made the bargain that people could do this. And so that, I think, is really important, an important reason for us to get our software right to repair. Also, this creates new markets. I've heard a little bit about making markets for repair, and I think that's a really cool thing that we should be doing. I think we can make more markets. We can make markets for software repair. So if people want new features, or if they want to keep their device updated with the latest security updates, they should be able to do that. And I think there are great ways that we can tie this in, that we can connect it with our existing independent repair shops that today focus a lot on hardware. I think it would be great if we can connect those with software repair places as well. It's also great that we can do more with what we already have. So a device with a touchscreen and a display really should be able to do whatever you want. And I think software really lets you do that. You don't have to change any of the hardware, you don't have to buy anything new. You can just run new software on it and make it do whatever you want. So that's one of the huge benefits of software. And lastly, we want the value to be captured by the users and the repairers. The manufacturers should not have any say in what you do with your device after you receive it. And it's very important that you be able to make all of the updates and other things yourself and that you are able to capture that value. It shouldn't be left up to the manufacturer to decide what you can do with it. If you have an idea and the manufacturer didn't think about it, the manufacturer should have no right to charge you something extra for you to implement that on your device. So we want this value to be captured by the users and repairers instead of by the companies who will seek to grab all of that value. But once they've made that sale, I'm likening this to first sale doctrine in copyright. They should have no say over what you do with it. So yeah, I think software is the way to do this. Software right to repair. I think we really need to get more people doing this. Yeah, I thank you very much for your time. I can answer some more questions.
Hello, my name is Kevin Taylor. I'm the Territorial Manager of Biomedical Engineering for the Northwest Territories. Also the co-chair of the Canadian Medical and Biological Engineering Society's Right to Repair Working Group. Because I'm very loud and passionate and get on the soapbox very quickly, I'm also sort of the champion for right to repair, which is why I'm here. One of the key messages that I want to get across, because medical equipment got run up a little bit at each time, is there is a lot of misconceptions around the repairability of health technology. Oh yes, but actually, you're finding in industry is the lack of repairability that's starting to occur is actually introducing timeliness of care and patient risk into the system. And so I'm going to go through what the Canadian Medical and Biological Engineering Society, or CMBS, is doing and provide you with some update. I realized that this is the first time I've presented this to an audience that isn't in the healthcare industry. So I will go out of my way, even in the time frame, to try to explain some of the things that I just assume everybody knows, like health pro or ECRI. So I'll try to make sure you understand what it is I'm talking about when I use acronyms or groups. So I'm going to give a quick introduction. I'm the Territorial Manager for Biomedical Engineering in the Northwest Territories. We look after all the NWT's health technology, the contracts, as well as in-house service of our equipment, everything from pulse oximeters all the way up. One of my staff is coming back today from a mammo-tomo course in the US. So we service right up to that level of equipment in-house. And we also manage the contracts, and we also support 2/3 of Nunavut. And that's another factor. Like, we're talking about the safety and timeliness of care for Canadians, us here, but it's even more amplified when you get into the underserved areas of Canada, whether it's northern aspects of provinces or in the Northwest Territories, Nunavut, Yukon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give a quick history of our right to repair initiatives within CMBS. We'll talk about current work we're doing right now and some of our future goals. So we're really proud of the fact that just in the spring of 2022, we formed our working group. Other provinces had sort of been doing a little bit on this, but on the whole, there was no consistency. And CMBS is the national professional organization for biomedical professionals in Canada. So it's not the engineering associations, which are the licensing bodies for professional engineers, but it's the national representative for the biomedical engineering professionals in Canada. So we kicked off a working group in the spring of 2022 and has representation from most of the jurisdictions in Canada. And we meet about monthly. And we started by saying, okay, how can we do this so that we educate our members and bring ourselves all up to the same level? So the first thing we did is we had a webinar in the fall of 2022 where we had our colleagues in the US, who at the time appeared to be quite further ahead of us, to give us an update on what they were doing. And after that, we quickly found out about Bill C-244, and that's how we ended up interacting with Dr. Rosborough and Dr. Centivany, because we read their evidence and went, oh, And we realized that we need to, as the biomedical engineering professionals, draft a letter to the Indu committee to provide some substantiated information on the issues around right repair of health technology. So as professionals, we got together and we started to draft a letter. The other thing we realized we needed to do, and within the Canadian system, so you might not know this, the majority of health facilities in Canada are accredited. So, and to meet accreditation standards, every 3 years, the accreditors come in, we review the processes and systems and quality systems that exist in the hospital. And one of those accreditation standards, 9.7 in the leadership momentum of them, actually talks about procurement of health technology. And in that procurement section, it actually recognizes the clinical engineering standards of practice, which are written by CNBS as a best practice. And so the committee was drafting those at the time, redrafting them, dating them, and they added a section on and strongly recommended to include right repair concepts in specific wording, evaluation, and contract negotiations. Again, in many jurisdictions, it was sort of done, kind of done, maybe done, but it wasn't consistent. So they put that there. So that actually, in a sense, for all of our health organizations across Canada now, to be a best practice in accreditation, they should be implementing right to repair clauses. Can I have service manuals? Can I have service parts? Can I have service training if it's required at health technology in their procurement documents? So that's a major element that we did in 2022. In 2023, that was just last year. So remember too, this is on the corner of all our desks. So Ted McClagan, who's my co-chair, he's a biomedical engineer manager in the British Columbia. The president of CNBS is a biomedical engineering manager in Manitoba. So this is all corner of our desktop. So we followed up with a right to repair webinar in early 2023, and we had a presentation on the and we had a presentation on the current state of the earth. And then we saw that kind of set a foundation. The other thing we did is we had a chance to meet with MP Mile on Bill C-244, and we provided him with our professional opinions around right to repair and the implications on Bill C-244. Because again, medical equipment keeps getting brought up over, right? And we also had our first workshop in our CNBS conference, which was in Vancouver. And we collected input on policy, practice, and procurement requirements. We collected input on a CNBS position paper statement that we would want to do. And we collected input on repairability scores. I talked to Christine about that because we're very interested, because medical equipment is, I keep saying yes, but it is slightly different. There's elements that you have to consider when you look at repairability. And so we collected elements on that. So that was our first working session on right to repair. And it was really well attended, and the data was collected and received. Canadian Medical and Biological Engineering Society, after these discussions, realized that there is a safety issue here. So as we meet on a monthly basis, there's always stories about, I had to wait 2 weeks to get a device repaired because we're not allowed to repair a 10-cent part on it. And we had to wait for a loaner. So the operating theater had no laparoscopic surgery for 2 weeks whilst we waited for a loaner device to be delivered. So these stories are coming. So it's a timeliness of care issue, right? Very hard to track, very hard to analyze, right? But there is there. So there's also a dearth of data, right? I'll be talking with the FDA report in 2018 where there is a surplus of data. But in Canada, there's a dearth of data. So we made a decision that the CNBS is encouraging its members where they see a blockage to the repairability of a device, because you're not allowed to have a service manual to fix that suction pump because of safety reasons or something like that. And that's real, by the way. There's a number of suction companies that won't let us repair a suction pump. We fix dialysis machines in-house. We can't fix a suction pump. So we are talking about, okay, we need to set these in as voluntary sentinel events. So Vanessa's law set up a framework for mandatory device reporting. If an issue occurs, the manufacturers have to do that, and in-house has to do that. And then also set up a framework for what are called sentinel events. It's a very bad term. So as a quality system, sentinel events are serious things. In this case, it doesn't quite meet the barrier of a mandatory device, a mandatory report, but it's a sentinel. It's called sentinel. We call, I was asked to say voluntary sentinel report, or voluntary report. So we can submit these so they can start tracking this data. This is impacting care, right? So that recommendation was made. The other thing that was going on is in 2023 is we started to create a slide deck. So one of the other things is we're not, the biomeds are getting buried in the details. We can sometimes go off on stories and tangents, and anybody who's ended up talking to me on this probably has encountered that. But we needed a good deck that we could provide to our members so that if they have to meet with their executive or leadership or decision makers, that deck can identify some of the substantiated information and identify where the risks are with good, solid, proven anecdotes, right? They got to be careful with anecdotes. So, but good, solid anecdotes. Like example I used, I literally had one of our only 4 operating theaters down for 2 weeks because of a plastic cap that goes over a temperature probe, which was broken off by a cleaner when they were cleaning the device on an insufflator. That's a device that inflates your abdomen for laparoscopic surgery. So that operating theater couldn't do laparoscopic surgery for 2 weeks whilst I waited for the loaner device to come in, because this company would give us the service manual, so it got passed. They would not sell us parts. So we had to wait for that. And $3,500 later, I had that fixed. But again, my staff fixed dialysis machines. My staff fixed ventilators, anesthesia machines. Fix an insufflator, which is just a control system for CO2. So we also engage with Health Pro. So Health Pro, this is where I got to stop and make sure people are not in the industry. Health Pro is what's called a group purchasing organization. So provinces, jurisdictions in Canada sign on to Health Pro, and they're a not-for-profit entity that then tenders, or rather RFPs, for say a product line, say infusion pumps. And there's multiple vendors out there that sell infusion pumps. So the Northwest Territories, I have 200 pumps total. Colleagues in Nunavut might have 50. So when we go to try to get a price on 50 pumps, we're going to pay. But by being a member of Health Pro, we can access all of the BC's, all of Ontario's pricing. So it's a very advantageous thing. But there weren't a lot of clauses in their RFPs for our decision-making of quote repairability. So we went and met with them and we asked them to add clauses. Do you provide service manuals of the same, this is important, same level as this manufacturer, OEM, or I'll say OEM is original equipment manufacturer. Do you provide service parts? Do you provide them for 7 years from the end of sale? Right? So clauses like that. So we asked them to add some clauses so that when we're reviewing a group to see which vendor to choose, we can make the decision. They're not mandatory. In the Northwest Territories, well, that's the other reason why I'm here in the champion. The Northwest Territories is the first jurisdiction in Canada to have a right to repair policy on health technology. So unless there's no clinically acceptable alternative, there are mandatory requirements in our tenders. But we're small. So, but 95% of the time, there's at least one clinically acceptable vendor who is compliant. So we've been doing quite well with this policy for the last 3 years. So anyway, we can actually look at it, and in our case, we can make sure that we pick a vendor that complies with our policy, right? And other people can look and make a decision. Maybe they don't care that much about that, right? But they can actually make an informed decision. The other group we engage with is a organization called, I call them ECRI. I think they are now rebranded to CRE. They used to be called the Emergency Care Response Institute. They're a very, and a nonprofit entity in the US, and they track alerts back before things like mandatory reporting and recalls. They were the primary source of ensuring that alerts were tracked and seen as a nonprofit. They also do product comparisons and market analysis. So we went to them and said, look, it'd be nice if you expanded your terminology in your product comparison to say, do you provide service manuals of the same level or same level as they would be provided to the original equipment manufacturers? Do you provide parts? And how long do you provide them for? So we've asked them to add those clauses to their product comparison. Again, just so you can make informed analysis of decisions, right? You might not care about that piece, depending on the device, but it is important to have. So we met with them as well, and we're actually continuing to work with them because their first attempt, we just had a discussion back in Senator, wasn't that great. So they expanded it, but they said, do you allow user maintenance? And in healthcare, user maintenance is significantly different than service maintenance. So user maintenance in healthcare, let's use a defibrillator for an example, is the daily checks the users would do on the device and the cleaning and elements like that. Sometimes even changing battery could be a user maintenance function. Service maintenance, of course, is a different thing. That's the actual repair of the device when it actually fails user maintenance or fails during use. So they had that term, so we had to go back to them and say, okay, we think you might need to have a problem, because I looked at their recent product comparisons and there was an issue there. They had people that said yes when they were actually no, and other people that said no when they actually meant yes, based on my knowledge of those vendors. But then in 2024, we also, I think I must have missed something here. Yes, we had reached out, the Bill C-244 went to the Senate. So we submitted a joint letter of supporting that bill to the Senate with the Canadian Medical Equipment Protection Plan. We also re-engaged with Health Pro Executive to say, here's some more substantiated information. And by the way, we're your members. If you need access to professional biomedical engineering professionals, we're happy to support you. And we had another right to repair working session at the next conference, last conference in May, which was in Toronto. And that one, we looked at what is reasonable pricing for the service elements. So we are encountering situations where pricing is starting to creep up to the point where it's actually a block to right to repair. So within my policy, I say you cannot unreasonably price the service elements, or you're essentially violating our right to repair policy. But it shouldn't be the reasonable based on Kevin's opinion, right? So we wanted to, as a group, and we actually, in the first session, we invited manufacturers, because this is collaborative. And in this session, we invited as many manufacturers as what is reasonable, right? What is a reasonable price? Because the manufacturers have to make a profit too, and they need to be able to, there are expenses. So like if they're stocking spare parts for 7 years past end of life, there's a lot of cost associated with stocking that part and then distributing it. There's warehouse costs, there's distribution costs, there's logistics costs. So those have to be recognized. So it's not, oh yeah, that part actually only costs, what did they use for that cap, 10 cents. No, it actually cost $50. And that's reasonable, right? But what is reasonable? The other thing we had at the conference, and it actually ended up dominating the working session because it was so good presentation, is Dr. Rosborough. We asked him to come and present both on his Bill C-24 and 294, which we didn't actually realize about 294. And in our world, the interoperability element is very important in healthcare. And also he presented on his potential research that he's doing around policy gaps. So the engineers got all excited about that. And then we asked him to talk about the recent amendments in the Competition Act, because we didn't understand that. And hide selling versus refusal to deal. And he ended up going way over time, and our session got compressed substantially, which was great because the poor guy was calling at 3 o'clock in the morning from Australia. And it was very informative to us. And that's what we've done so far in 2024, except I had it set as a goal, and then I had to quickly change the slide, and then it changed again, is the CMBS has finalized its position statement on right to repair. And we're the first, to my knowledge, from the research I've done, we're the first national biomedical engineering professional organization that has done that as an official position. And so just last week, it was finalized by executive, and just yesterday, it's up on our website. So we still have some facts to put in. We still have a member section to put in and stuff. But I want to read the last paragraph, which is CMS committed to encouraging our members to work together with manufacturers to ensure the functionality and availability of Canadian medical technology to support the safe and timely delivery of health. And I want to emphasize that because it is very easy, and I'm one of the worst offender is to get us against them mentality. But it's all about partnership. And our best working relationships we have in the Northwest Territories are collaborative partnerships. And a lot of those became highlighted during COVID when the Northwest Territories was completely ring-fenced. To get somebody in required chief public health officer permission. So my staff ended up servicing equipment that oddly enough, just a few months before where we were told we weren't allowed to touch. But the system had to continue, right? So it became very apparent. And it's very easy to get us against them, but it's about partnerships. We have amazing partnerships. And the bulk of manufacturers are fully compliant. Like I said, we service anesthesia machines with full training, we service dialysis machines, X-ray, mammography. But there is an attempt to monetize service, and that's when you run into frustration. But oddly enough, again, it is at the middle technologies. It's not in the high-level complex life-critical technologies. It's actually in the suction pumps, enteral feeding pumps, things like that. Oh no, you can't do it because regulations. They won't tell us which ones. You can't do it because it's not safe for quality and safety reasons. So the other thing we want to add, sorry, I rabbit trailed. The other thing we want to add is to our website is a members only a member section where we can add right to repair policies SOP. So I have a policy SOP, other provinces are developing theirs. So let's share knowledge, let's have consistency. We also have standardized clauses that we're using and developing. Pricing models, slide deck that I was talking about. We are planning to also schedule a webinar to start working on a repairability score. So I asked for the contact in France. We were aware of it, but potentially to get a contact in France, because why reinvent the wheel? We also want to better understand the changes to the Competition Act, which amendment that came out in June 2024. And I don't know how many people in Europe read it, but it said enhanced refusal to deal provisions. This is right from the website. The change will help independent firms that provide repair services to get access to the information and parts they need to repair products. That's rather substantial. So what does that mean? We've encouraged members to work with Dr. Rosborough on his research, again, because there's a dearth of data, so any research is a good thing. We are continuing to follow up ECRI, as I mentioned. Okay, the wording wasn't quite right. And we also want to make sure that we engage on any federal right to repair initiatives so that, substantiated information is provided. For example, in 2018, the FDA did an analysis of 2 million events over 20 years and concluded that there is no risk to non-manufacturer repair. And in fact, they went on to say the sustainability of the American healthcare system requires third party. And then most recently, just a few months ago, they came out with a remanufacture versus repair guidance document. They wouldn't go so far as to make it a directive or anything. And they actually had an interesting sentence: the lack of adequate servicing instructions can also be a challenge for the availability, quality, safe, and effective devices. Consistent with protecting public health, the FDA encourages OEMs as an industry best practice to provide service instructions that facilitate routine maintenance and repair of their reusable devices. So that's a pretty substantial statement. It wasn't as far as my colleagues in the US wanted to go, but it is a pretty substantial statement. Anyway, did I go over?
No. Perfect.
So I look forward to questions at the end of this. There's been a lot of questions in health technologies.
All right, last presentation of the day. We feeling high energy in this room. I'm going to keep it high level and I'm going to keep it short if I can, because we are coming to the end of our time together and I really want to give us all a bit of time to ask questions about the panel, but also maybe do some sort of broader reflections on the day and where we go from here. Okay, so you all know me a little bit, but I'll just tell you a little bit more about myself. So my name is Alissa Centivany. I'm an assistant professor at the Faculty of Information and Media Studies here at Western. I have been doing research on technology, policy, law, and ethics for over 20 years at this point. And I've been working on right to repair and focusing on right to repair since about 2017. So I first got into it, I received a grant from SSHRC to study computerization, copyright, and the right to repair movement in North America. And then last year, I received another grant from the Tri-Council agencies to study breakdown and repair in the public health care sector in the Gaza Strip. So I have done lots of research. My methods tend to sort of combine law, qualitative methods. I'm a very curious person by nature, and I really like talking to people and learning from them. And so what I want to talk about today is some of the research, some of the findings from that research. Again, kind of keeping it at a high level, that focus on the values that are embedded in repair. And I'm just going to cut right to the chase and tell you like what my main point is right off the bat. Okay, so everything breaks eventually and deteriorates and falls apart. Everything. Okay, our things fall apart, our bodies fall apart, our relationships fall apart, our social systems, political systems, everything sort of falls apart eventually. It's just kind of like an inevitable fact of existence. So it's normal. Breakdown is normal. But what I would say is so too is an impulse to fix things. And it's a very, I think, natural human impulse to want to make things better and fix things when they break. And when that opportunity is taken away from us and we're prevented from being able to make things better, that's hugely problematic. It's problematic in a way that sort of hits at, I think, our core. That's just deeper than being inconvenient or costly or annoying. So the right to repair movement, what we've been talking about today, has focused a lot on technological objects because that's where most of the action has been happening. But what I would like to suggest to you and sort of offer you as a thing to think about as you go on with your lives and your work is that we should be attending to repair in sort of this deeper way that sort of reflects these sort of social values that are embedded in repair. So I'm going to sort of touch really briefly on three main points. One is that repair is fundamentally socio-technical, so we can't ignore the social parts of it. One is to sort of do a little bit of self-reflection on what I call policy logic, which might just be the way that I think about policy. But I'm going to sort of connect that to how policy logic sort of can lead us away from the social values that are embedded in repair. And then I'm going to sort of talk about how we might envision a value-centered approach to repair in Canada and what that might look like. Okay, so what do I mean by right to repair is socio-technical? What I mean is that repair is not just about technical design and whether we can fix things and whether there's PMs or digital locks or whether we can or can't get replacement parts. It's actually a problem that consists of these sort of three strands that are entangled with each other. So part of it is a design issue. Part of it relates to social practices, so what people actually do in the world. And part of it relates to law and policy. And so all of these three strands are sort of tangled up together. And if you've ever like had a knot and tried to untangle it, you know that like if you pull on any one of these threads, it affects all the others, right? And sometimes if we pull on a design thread or pull on a law and policy thread, it can impact the others in ways that are sort of unanticipated. Socio-technical problems are also really messy. But when we try to solve them through policy and other means, we like to try to turn the knot from what's on the right to these nautical knots on the left. Shout out to Anthony, my maritime friend. And so we sort of engage in processes that try to clean up the mess, to give order to flux in a way that helps us make incremental improvements. And this is not a criticism. This is just sort of the way that we naturally approach messy situations. Doing this though, like doing this cleanup work, taking that mess and trying to restructure it into these pretty knots, can lead us though to sort of overemphasize certain things like technical feasibility, for example, or being really narrowly focused on a certain problem in a certain industry rather than like the bigger picture that's messy and harder to handle. And so ultimately we can create sort of solutions that don't attend to or respond to what we need and value in society. Okay, so this is a diagram that I'm using to communicate what I'm calling my policy logic and how I have sort of approached my research on right to repair and other sort of socio-technical issues. This diagram represents reverse salience. So what are reverse salience? It's actually a term that's taken from the military, like a military strategy term. And what a reverse salient is essentially when a military line was sort of advancing, there would be points where the line would get stuck on something, and it would create a bottleneck where the advancing military line would sort of start to fold in on itself. And that was a problem because that created a vulnerability where you had this sort of folding in. Okay, but we're not talking about military strategy here. We're talking about socio-technical transformation and change, right? And so reverse salients have also been adapted to the socio-technical context. And we can think about it as saying like, we have sort of socio-technical progress happening, but there will be these sticking points that we'll get hung up on, and it will keep us from sort of advancing in a socio-technical way. And so that's a problem. We want to find ways to remove those reverse salients. And even the fact that we can sort of observe that sticking point is helpful in terms of creating solutions because it draws our attention to the problem and gives us an opportunity to sort of ameliorate it. Okay, so essentially what this means is that the policy logic involves identifying what we consider to be this forward progress, repairability, let's say, extending the useful life of the things we have, not like over consuming and creating unnecessary waste, right? We can call those the progress. And the reverse salients are essentially the impediments to us achieving those goals. And so here are what I think about in my research as like the main impediments to repair. There's sort of 5 categories here. And with each category, it sort of invites you then to think about a policy imperative. Like, what is the thing that this problem is demanding in terms of a solution? Right, so the first impediment here is design. Things can be designed to promote repairability or undermine it. That's an everlasting gobstopper, in case you didn't know what that was. So also there's like durability issues, right? Like we could make things that are supposed to last forever. The idea. Business strategies are another impediment. We've heard a lot about this today, particularly in the second session. Also heard about these impediments, material and informational asymmetries. This idea that, as Robert Pirsig says in his famous book, technology has made you a stranger in your own land. Its very shape and appearance and mysteriousness says, get out. There's laws, which we've also talked about. So that's me in the red with the colorful background, and that's Anthony down there, and some other members from Can Repair are up there too. But there's lots of work being done in terms of laws to change laws like the TPMs, Bill C-244 and 294, C-59, 187, and so on and so forth. And then there's social factors. And over the course of my research, what I found is that in terms of policy making, the sort of like economic and environmental or sustainability justifications or arguments tend to get a lot more attention and traction, and the social arguments get a little bit less. That's like the messiness, I think, that I was sort of indicating before. So this is a book that's written by Charlotte Slater. It's from 1972. She actually wrote a column in the Detroit Free Press that was syndicated over like dozens or maybe even 100 different papers in the 70s and 80s, where she had a weekly column and she would teach you how to fix something. It could be anything, a crack in your driveway, you know, your washing machine, whatever it happened to be. And I came across this book in my family's like basement. And, you know, I was looking at it and she says on the back of it, this book is a handbook to liberate women from the tyranny of waiting, ... for your husband to help you, for a handyman to come and fix your stuff, right? So she was really associating fixing things with social values that don't really get a lot of sort of attention in discussions around the right to repair. Like there's a strong underlying sort of gendered current to a lot of the right to repair movement. Okay, so like at this point, when we're getting into the social factors impediments, I think we're pretty far away from those like nautical, not policy solutions. Like the right to repair policies are not attending to the kinds of values and concerns and interests that are represented here. And I want to give you one more example from my own like home personal life, which I think is also part of like provides an explanation for where I'm coming from in terms of trying to reorient our thinking a little bit around some of our efforts with right to repair. And that's this. Sorry, it's a sideways picture, but this is not a technological object at all. Okay, this is a toy phone that my daughter had that was created by the LOL company. If you have little kids, LOL was like super hot, you know, like 5 years ago. Anyway, this is a toy phone. You can open the lid and there's like lip glosses and like fake social media emoji symbols. But the reason why I'm showing it to you is that that break on the screen, it's built into the toy. The toy is not broken. It was designed to appear to be broken. And so I'm a right to repair researcher. My daughter comes to me with this phone, this toy phone that is made to look broken. And I'm just like, what is going on? Like, this is so problematic to me. You know, kids' toys oftentimes will imitate adult things, right? Like that's part of how they learn and develop and grow. And this is what we're teaching, that they should expect to have broken things. Yeah. So this is my sort of problem. This is where I have been spending a lot of my time thinking, right? Like all of the things that have been discussed today have been like hugely generative, super important. All of like the details and like depth of all of the research that's been presented today. It's just hugely, hugely important. And in addition to that, what I would say is that like we have to sort of try to remind ourselves why these details sort of matter and like return back to the sort of bigger picture ideas about like what it means to live in a world where things break, everything breaks, and not have an opportunity to fix it. And to, you know, potentially grow up believing believing that, you know, we're like broken people in a broken world full of broken things. And that's just the way it's going to be. Like, that's not good enough for me, right? So that's sort of the motivation for me and my work in terms of trying to think about what a value-centered approach would be to right to repair in Canada. I also wanted to note, I have one more slide here with a lot of text, which I'll read, and I apologize for that. But like, I think one thing that I would like to see us do together as a group is to figure out what right to repair means for us in Canada that is reflective of our values as Canadians, as a Canadian society, that might be different than what the US right to repair looks like, which emphasizes individuality and autonomy, and this idea that like if I own it, it should be mine and I get to fix it, this sort of libertarian perspective. And the European approach, right, which is, very collectivist and focuses on circularity. And like, I'm not sure that Canada aligns perfectly with either of those, but I'm not sure what the Canadian perspective should be or look like. So that's sort of what I'm trying to figure out. This is the last little piece of the statement of testimony that I provided for the House on Bill C 244. So I tried to like counteract all the safety and security arguments that opponents were making and stuff about innovation, but I really wanted to get this on the record, and I'm just going to share it sort of to close. And I said, every act of repair is embedded with important human values. These include productivist values like learning, skill development, self-efficacy, self-determination, and digital citizenship, and also non-productivist values like care, continuity, heritage, hope, mutual support, and meaning-making that together make up the fabric of a richer, more resilient, more livable society and enable us collectively to project a more hospitable, habitable, and humane shared future. And that's like what I'm hoping Can Repair can work towards. And I just wanted to say one last thing, which is that this is hot off the presses this morning. So this is a new project that I'm working on with Derek Boswell, who's a photographer, and Kevin Heslop, who is here but had to leave. And this is like a project to basically document what we're calling Canadian repair stories, which is like doing interviews with people, taking photographs, and doing little photographic essays of what the experience in Canada is of repair, to try to get at like that, what it means for us as a society. So we have copies. This is a prototype. We're hoping to like get a grant and make it like a big, beautiful, permanent thing. But please take a copy. There are copies here. And that's it. Thanks. Thank you all, by the way, so much for coming. Like really, I'm so grateful that we were able to do this. Thank you.
We've got a little bit of time for questions before we wrap up, and I'll take on the role of moderator.
Well, thanks again to everyone, and we'll start with Alissa. I'm very technically inclined, and you started your talk about values, and I thought, I'm not sure where this would be going, and now maybe it's just because it's late and I'm easily influenced, but I'm starting to wonder if that was the most important section of the day, because you really scared me with that phone picture. I see a lot of Gen Zs with clutching broken phones. I see a lot of cars in front of me that I know need new tires and exhaust. And now you're making me feel a little panicky. The whole right to repair movement could fall flat. I'm assuming there'd be a groundswell of people out there carrying signs saying, let me repair. But when I interview students, I usually try to ask them about their experiences with repairs because it tells me how handy they'll be. And I got to say, over the last 4 or 5 years, it's totally dead. Like I say, what happens around the house? Like if your toaster oven breaks, they look at me like, I'm not sure what you mean. We just throw it out and go to Costco. So I don't know what I'm saying. I talk me off the ledge here. Tell me that it's not all over.
The ledge because I think it goes back to what I said right at the very beginning, which is that I think there is a shared human impulse to fix things, to want to fix things. So I think like the idea that we're all going to become like apathetic and just like fade away into some like broken muddle of a mess, I don't think that's going to happen. And I think young people haven't had a lot of opportunities to have positive experiences of being able to fix things because they have simultaneously been, passively sort of dependent on devices and like Persig was saying, right, like locked out from being able to engage with them, to be able to fix them or to know how to, or to try it, right, or any of those things. And so, yeah, I mean, I am super almost irrationally hopeful and optimistic I think it's, yeah.
That's why we're here.
So,
rational.
so yeah, I think things are gonna go well, and I do think that there are people like holding up their signs.
Well, I can support that because one of the last students that I asked about their experience fixing, who looked at me like I was crazy, during the summer, they were given a workbench and tools and devices, and he learned to take them apart and put them together and loved it. So then I realized, at home, he didn't even have a set of tools to work with. So it's about the opportunity and the desire.
Yeah, I have a question and actually a couple of comments. So first, the gentleman in the middle, Kevin, is that your name? I do think as a politician hearing the fact that I understand that the medical OEM manufacturers are going to really create the specter of, hey, listen, if you allow these third parties to fix it, people are going to die, or something to this effect. I know I'm sort of catastrophizing it, but I think that's really what they're trying to get at. And I found it interesting because you did talk about the importance of an anecdote and the thought that, first of all, repairs are being delayed because of how difficult it is to repair a medical piece of equipment and the effect that that has, as well as the fact that, governments are always trying to find ways to save money. And if OEM manufacturers, sometimes I wonder why certain things cost so much in the first place to make. And the fact that they make it in such a way that you're spending so much money to try to fix them, I'm sort of horrified to think at the cost of repair. And if there could be alternatives that were quick and cheaper and just as safe, I would be very interested in pursuing that. So I think that you have some good marketing and advertising, like marketing on your side to push your points. And the last part was very interesting when Alissa, when you put the picture of the broken phone screen, it elicited all sorts of interesting thoughts about it, but not all of them were dark. One of them was the fact that the cell phone, like if they're selling the product appearing broken and that's how it comes, then it's also like a part of me, and I was thinking of so many ways it could be taken, is to not just throw it out. In fact, it's okay because I see half the people I know have broken phones and they still hold on to them instead of actually spending, buying the new phone. So I don't really know what they were trying to get at. There's a lot of bad ways to take it and some not so bad ways. And the final thing, the first presenter, it was so interesting to I remember my friend in university, and he jumped all over Linux. And I used to say, well, what the heck? You have to write a program to like open the DVD player? Like, come on, man. But I can see now that he was right. And I'm a little horrified to see the lack of support that these cell phone providers, for instance, are providing. And I'm interested to see what we could do legislatively to sort of, I don't know, find a way to provide, I don't know, some kind of support to those who are writing this open source software to try to keep old things going that could be going. So just more comments. Thank you, everybody, for that.
Question for Kevin. So during the height of the pandemic, like the university labs quickly focused on kind of open hardware, ventilators and things like that. So now that we're at an ebb in terms of the pandemic, is there like a priority list of medical devices that university labs should be working on in terms of experimenting with open source hardware and software and so on?
So that's very difficult. Say generals always fight the last war. So even today, I'll be getting calls once in a while, not as much during the pandemic. I was ready to lose my mind at the start of the pandemic if I got asked one more time how many ventilators we had in the Northwest Territories. But I'll still get asked about what is our ventilator inventory, right? So generals always fight the last war. So it's a little bit difficult to know because a pandemic, maybe next time it'll affect kidneys. Maybe the next time. So it's a little bit difficult to predict on that. The key element there is, so It is very easy to say, oh, they're trying to scare, but that's a very small minority of the vendors. So the dialysis vendor that was on the first slide that my staff were servicing, they insisted we be factory trained before they provided us the equipment, sold us the equipment in the north, because they knew they couldn't meet the requirements and the commitments to service that in a timely fashion for patient care. So that's the majority of manufacturers. That's the way they think. They need to make a profit, but that's the way they think. So as long as those partnerships start to develop, as long as the ability to get service elements are there, then working collaboratively with the manufacturers will allow us to fight the next war, in a sense, to fight the next pandemic. And that will be both true at the research level, because amazing things happen there. Forget which manufacturer, they provided the patents and the designs for some of the ventilators so that they could be manufactured by non-standard entities and stuff like that. So amazing things happen during that situation. So I'm confident. It's easy to get doom and gloom, but I'm confident that the culture is such that we would get past that, especially in those kind of times. There was frustration elements, but at the same time, there were a lot of wow. So, did I answer your question?
I just want a list. I just want a priority list.
So I can't give you a list because I'd actually have to know, okay, let's pick something, right? And then if that's the pandemic, then this is the list of equipment. Huge amount of effort. I can't even remember the start of the pandemic. We spent, in the first 2 weeks, we spent our entire year's capital budget, which was a year's worth of planning, and we did it in 2 weeks. And we had everything planned out. If we have to double the number of rooms, how would we open them? What equipment would we need? At what stage? It was amazing. In some respects, I actually miss it because it does encourage you. It was amazing watching people plan in that situation and produce usable information instantly and then implement it. Great things happen. So I can't give you a list because it would be, oh, we would do this or that, but I'm confident the system could adjust. And also I know at the National Emergency Strategic Stockpile, that has geared up, right? And there still is committees that were formed during there that are still standing, provincial territorial committees that address issues. So the most recent event in the Northwest Territories is we evacuated 2/3 of our population. Our capital, all of our major towns evacuated, right? How do you do that? What is the implications of that? But we were able to figure those problems out and move on them and deal with them and figure out what the priorities were. So the same thing would happen again. But a list, we wouldn't believe how many times I got asked for lists during that, right? It's very situational dependent.
I sort of had a comment in response to your question. The pandemic was a very, of course, unique time during which a lot of people wanted to help. We all wanted to make face shields. We all wanted to make ventilators. At Western, we had a ventilator project. There were hundreds of them throughout the world. As far as I know, there were no lab-made ventilators that were ever used on a human. So I think it's our willingness to be good citizens that is driving that desire. What I believe there really is a need for is more cost-effective, innovative devices that go through the regular channels of approval and being sold to places that need them, rather than focusing on what will happen in the next pandemic, so that we have lots of open source devices that nobody's ever going to use on a human, except maybe in a war situation or something that's really, really dire. I don't see anyone like rushing to use those ventilators that were designed that are available open source.
Yeah. Worse than that, we have 25,000 unused ventilators in our national emergency strategic stockpile today. 25,000.
I think that number might be wrong because I've seen the numbers, but so I think that might be a little bit off. That might be the total equipment count of ventilators. But yes, there's a big stockpile, and the risk there is that stockpile is aging. So they need to actually think. But even there, the federal, provincial, territorial groups are working together to try to figure out how to manage that correctly. So good things are happening around that. And I lost my thread there, but like when we did our evacuation, that same working group that was formed during COVID geared up because BC was having the same problems with evacuations of fires. How do we manage this? What resources are required? What tools do we need to be able to meet the complete evacuation of a health center or completely movement of a hospital to another location. So those things are occurring and that knowledge is being gathered and sustained.
Any questions for the panelists?
I don't want to dominate if anyone's got a question, but I wanted to come back to software, so we didn't forget about software. And I really enjoyed your talk. I don't think about software repair often enough. And I just wanted to add a little note about something that we came across, that there's actually an IEC international standard that governs software for medical devices. So, and it's something that everyone's supposed to adhere to. And it actually arose from a very Canadian story. We had a very unfortunate incident in the 80s with some Canadian technology for radiation therapy. And the software was incorrect and it ended up causing some deaths and injuries. And that led to the development of this international standard 62304. So I always have that in the back of my mind. Someone will come after us someday if we talk about software and right to repair for medical. They'll say, oh, but you have to adhere to IEC 62304, which is true. But I don't think that means that it's not possible. It's just that we have to keep these other international factors in mind.
People should have the source code for the devices that they use so they can see how they work.
Even if they don't tinker with it, just to see.
Right.
And 62304, by the way, if you would find it just common sense, like test your software essentially.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. It's good to have good design practices. And I think the more people we can teach, I think one thing that I maybe didn't touch on as much as I wanted to is that another aspect of software repair is making it easier for everyone to modify software. So there's different ways of doing that. Today, there's a lot of large language models and stuff that are being adapted to make software easier to write for people. And so I think people will start demanding software when it becomes easy for them to modify themselves as well, because we have this huge opportunity because software doesn't require any specialized equipment to modify. It doesn't require any new parts. You just need to move some bits around. And so the easier we can make that for everyone, the more important and the more real this freedom will be for everyone.
Definitely hadn't thought of that, but we're rapidly reaching the point, Kevin, where you'd be able to get the software and feed it to Chat GPT and say, could you change the oxygen threshold on this system? And it would just do it. And it would adhere to ISO 62304.
As a software developer, I would not advise to. But yeah, I think there are ways for us to do this safely, and it's important for us to understand our tools and to be able to talk with people who are knowledgeable in the arts as well. So yeah, I think we're on a good path. Maybe experiment with other things first.
Before life and death equipment. Okay.
So thank you so much for the invitation, for all of your work. As a member of provincial parliament in Ontario, I was honored to join you, to have a chance to participate. I wasn't able to catch the morning session, but I hear that you all did it online, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that. And everything I saw and everything that I had a chance to participate, I thought was excellent. I thought this was a very good wrap up at the end. I do hope we inspire a culture of change, a culture of interest when it comes to technology and establishing our rights and freedoms to have autonomy or the things we purchase, because we are definitely becoming in an increasingly technological world that the most people have no idea even how it works anymore. So I really appreciate it. So I have a certificate of recognition from Queen's Park, and it's to Can Repair on the occasion of the inaugural Canadian Repair. And it says that Can Repair unites academics, repairers, advocates, and Canadians from across the country to engage and raise awareness about right to repair in Canada. I thank and congratulate all the organizers and participants for their crucial work in advancing the goals of the right to repair. Thank you.
I guess on that note, we are at the end of our agenda for today. We just wanted to say thank you so much to everyone who came and contributed, asked questions, put on some demonstrations for folks to see during the coffee breaks. It's been a fantastic time to do this for the very first time, to bring everyone together to kind of celebrate and dig deeper into what the right to repair really is.
Yeah, just everything Anthony said. Okay, I feel very grateful for this experience and for the community. Please consider joining the Can Repair Working Group if you're interested, because there's lots of action for us on the horizon. And safe travels, everyone. Thank you so much.